Please provide a warm welcome for our tournament EMCs, Seth King and Patrick Holder.
Good morning, Salem, Virginia. Welcome to the 2025 Blue Ridge Brawl. We're excited to be back together for the first robotic competition off-season for Reefscape. This Blue Ridge Brawl is going to be a fast-paced and fun game for everybody involved. For those of you who may be new to FRC this year, we are going to watch the 2025 Reefscape game animation, which outlines this season's challenge. Alrighty, so, yep. Alrighty. Thank you for your warm wishes as we begin this competition. We are really thrilled to have everyone back here competing for this offseason. We've got some great teams competing here today, teams from all across the Commonwealth, as well as one team from Tennessee, one team from North Carolina, and I do believe a team from West Virginia as well. Please give a warm welcome to our visiting teams from out of state, Team 1466 Web Robotics from Knoxville, Tennessee, Team 4561, the Terabytes from Research Triangle Park, NC, and Team 3492, Putnam Area Robotics Team from Winfield, West Virginia. Safety is our #1 priority. Mentors, please communicate your safety plan and a designated meeting place to your teams. Emergency exits are located, if you are in the stands, they are to your right. You'll see those nice, lovely exit signs right there at the end of the gym. In the case that there is an emergency to happen, please walk safely and respectfully to those exits. As well, please make sure that you are wearing safety glasses in the pits at all times. When in doubt, follow the exit signs. A big thank you to all mentors and coaches for your dedication and efforts on the behalf of all FIRST programs. You are critical to the FIRST experience and part of the millions-strong support system we've built for students around the world who are realizing their dreams. Give it up for your mentors. Here is the schedule for today. We will begin with your qualification matches right after this. We will take a short break at noon, and then we will finish with our alliance selection after a brief intermission. We will go right into playoffs and then end the day with a short award ceremony. Now, before we begin, we would like to take a moment to meet some of our volunteers that make this event special. Please welcome your referees over there. Also welcome your FTAs. Mr. David Gardner, who will ensure a smooth tournament and fair play. We would like to remind everyone that volunteers use the off-season for practice and training just like teams. We are all doing our best, so please be patient and show your gracious professionalism today. Finally, we would like to thank our numerous volunteers for their hard work planning and running this year's Blue Ridge Brawl. We couldn't have done it without you. And now please rise for the singing of your national anthem by Aiden Swing.
say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous flight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land and of the free and the home of the brave?
Before we begin, I would like to go over a few housekeeping details and other announcements. Please, no food or drinks in the gym. Feel free to use the Students' Commons, which is the glassed-in area out there, for eating and drinking. There is an FLL team doing a demo in the pit area until 11 a.m. today. Please go by, say hello, and make them feel welcome. Please stay in the general area of the gym and the pit areas and do not wander upstairs. When you exit the gym, through the gym entrance, the bathrooms are directly to your left down the hallway. Kim Shoemaker from Kettering University is here in the pit area. Go by and say hello. Lastly, if you are a spectator, you are welcome to go check out the robots up and close and ask teams questions in the pit area. Go straight out of the gym until you reach the cafeteria. Just remember to borrow a pair of safety glasses. The safety glasses are at a table directly outside of the pit area. All right, it is time to play Rescape. Teams, power up your robots as we prepare for our competition. The other voice you will be hearing this weekend is our game announcer. Please welcome Ethan Bass. Good morning, Salem. No, not that.
Round of applause for MC Patrick. Yeah, go Patrick. We love you, Patrick. That's a great hat, Patrick. My bad.
Just another filter.
Is the other team not showing up?
No, I see their drivers here, but I don't see the robot yet. But their drivers are here. Feel free to start.
All right, okay. So it's our first team, 4, 5, 7, 6.
So after each one, just pause and I'll say something. So you don't even need that. You can just read off the lights. So kind of cue in, say, all right, let's get ready for our first match. Introduce the teams.
All right, let's get ready for our first match and introduce teams. We have the Terabytes.
4561 terabytes from the Research Triangle Park in North Carolina.
And our second red team, we have the Copperhead B team.
That's 9997, the Copperhead B team from Blacksburg, Virginia.
All right, and for our first Blue Lions team, we have Copperhead.
That's 401 from Blacksburg, Virginia, Montgomery County Public Schools.
And for our second alliance for blue, we have the Blue Cheese B team.
That's the cream of the blue cheese from Glen Allen, Virginia. 9995 is the number we gave them today.
All right, let's get the first match started in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
And we have 3 robots moving on the field. 4561. Oh, a little bit of a pile up over on the blue side. 4561 did not quite connect with that coral. Has knocked over a domino effect of algae and has remained motionless for the end of autonomous period. And away they go. 4561 has that clever little floor intake. You're not going to see too many of those. Oh, they drop it and it falls down from level 2 all the way back down to the floor. They're collecting from the human player station. We got 9995 over on the Blue Alliance collecting from the human player station. The 401A team is looking a little bit motionless, more like a statue at this exact moment. We'll see if they can get working before the end of the match. 4561 on the red side drops. It doesn't quite connect. It falls back down, but they have that floor intake. 401 has sprung back to life, has extended all the way upwards to say, here we are, look at us. And they're collapsing back down. They have a piece of coral. Where are they going to put it? Reaching all the way up. Uh-oh, they got a little bit of tall robot syndrome. Points on the board for the Red Alliance. 401 does not connect with theirs on the Blue Alliance. Still plenty of time left in this match. Terabytes dropping another one on the reef, getting some points on the board. Now they're going for algae. We got multiple blue robots moving around. Looks like the 401B team isn't quite moving at the moment. I don't think their robot safety light was turned on before the match. We got Blue Alliance using the same human player station. That's a bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off. We got 9995, the Blue Cheese B team. They tried to drop a coral on the algae, but it looks like it might have knocked some other ones off of that bottom shelf there. We got Terabytes lining up on the red side, looking for a place to put that coral. Oh, but it bounces into their robot. That could be dangerous for the rest of the match, and they shake it off just like Taylor Swift. 401 bumps into their alliance partner at the human player station. That's a valuable resource. You got to watch out for your partner. Having a little bit of trouble getting the coral into their feeder. 4561 again with that floor intake mechanism, picking up and reaching up on the reef. It's all about the top of the reef for 401. End game has started. We got 4561 moving into position. Looks like they're going to go for a deep climb. We got 9995 already parked under the barge. 4561 doesn't quite connect. Can they line up in time? And it's 3, 2, 1. We got a robot off the ground. Qualification match number 1. Terabytes swinging in the air. More like a pterodactyl.
Waiting on you. We need your thumb.
All right, we have our scores. And the Blue Lions takes the win. On to 25. Huh? Where's the break? I'm so confused. Where's the ranking? All right, and for our first Red Alliance team, we have 1466.
That is Web Robotics from Knoxville, Virginia.
And for our second Red Alliance team, we have 9994.
They're coming us from another dimension. They don't exist. Wait, 9994. Sorry, that is Team Torch. That is my bad.
And for our first Blue Lions team, we have 9999.
Team 9999. That is the Spartan Robotics B team.
And for our second Blue Lions team, we have 1086.
That is Blue Cheese from Glen Allen, Virginia.
All right, let's commence our second qualification match in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Starting off this autonomous period, we have a ton of robots moving. Looks like 1466 is trying to score. Blue Cheese is raising that elevator. Looks like we have some good light show going on over on that Blue Alliance side. As we start this teleoperated period, we have a red lead. Let's see if they can hold on to it. Over here on the Red Alliance side, 1466 going to look like they're making a move on the far side of their reef. 1086 tried to score up high, barely missing. 1466, ooh, barely miss as well. Over on our Blue Alliance side, Blue Cheese picking off in Algae. They successfully get it. 999 looks like they have gotten a coral stuck on accident. Blue Cheese inbounding from their coral station. 1466 putting one in on the middle level of the reef. And they pick off an Algae. Are they going to try and score it up in their barge? They just release it. Blue Cheese up high. And looks like they're trying to line up using their camera, and they get it. They've got a line of coral going up that reef right there. They're going to put another one up high, and they get it. Over here on our Red Alliance side, 1466 trying to inbound from their coral station over here. On our Blue Alliance side, 1086 putting another one up high. That's 3 on the top level of their reef. They are now going for the middle level of their reef with 2 on the middle level. I believe at this competition that is a ranking point, but that will be for our refs to decide. Ooh, Blue Cheese barely missing one. And they're going to go over, quick old run to their coral station, pick one up. 1466 trying to make some work on their corals, or their reef over here. 1086 is gonna go up high. Let's see, will they get it on? And they do. That is 4 on the top level of their reef. As we enter endgame, 1086 looks like they were trying to score an Algae, but they missed. They're gonna line up for a climb. 9999 lined up for a climb with only a few seconds remaining in this match with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is it. That was a very, very exciting match. Right now we have Blue with the lead, but that is our unofficial score.
Are we the official scores? Blue Alliance wins. High score of 35. Each team getting 3 ranking points.
feedback. Just go.
All right, let's introduce our first Red Alliance team, 5804.
That is Team Torch out of Richmond, Virginia, lighting the way.
And for our second Red Alliance team, we have 9996.
That's the Copperhead C team from Blacksburg, Virginia, and they will see you on the field.
For our first Blue Alliance team, we have 3258.
That's going to be the Mad Dogs from Martinsville, Virginia.
And for our second Blue Alliance team, we have 977.
Streaking across the sky, it's Comet Bots from South Boston, Virginia.
All right, let's start the match. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
And away they go. We got Blue flying solo over there. 977 Comet putting one up top and going to the human player station. 5804, they reach up, but they do not quite connect. 977 has their second coral. They are reaching up, and it connects with moments to spare in autonomous. And away they go. We got one blue robot and one red robot moving. There's still plenty of action. It could be anybody's game. 5804 is making small little adjustments. 977 has put one all the way on the top level. That still counts for the top level no matter if it's past that joint or not. 5804 Torch is lining up in full view of the drivers, making adjustments, taking their time. 977 Cometbots reaching up once again. 5804 does not quite connect. That algae falls down, but they are wasting no time going back to the human player station and lining up again. It's all about cycle times. 5804 swings past that cage, and it is swinging. 5804 has decided to play a little bit of defense on 977. So per the rules, there can only be one opponent robot on the opponent's side of the field, and 5804 is that robot. 977 getting a little bit of push and match with 5804. It's a brawling match back and forth. That is what you came here to see today at the Blue Ridge Brawl. Algae all over the place. So far, nobody has been beached on the algae today. So we'll see if we can keep that streak alive. Uh-oh, 977 looking a little bit immobile. 5804 gets a little caught up on the cage, and it's shaking and rattling. 977 is back to life. Maybe they were faking it. Ooh, could be a strategy. That cage makes a little bit of contact with the field wall, scaring the heck out of our head referee. And 5804 is going back over. They say, hey, Cometbots, you're not allowed to be moving in my territory. 977 reaches up again. They're playing it safe, staying in protected zones. They know the rules well. 5804 back over to their side of the field, inbounding from the human player station, going back to their coral. 977 knocks an algae off just as we hear that little sonar ping. Will we see anybody try to do a climb on the cages? 5804 Torch is revving up those motors. 977 getting in position. Time's in the single digits with 5 seconds left. Who's going to get up? Making adjustments in 3, 2, 1. 58.04 is up in the air.
We have the official scores. And the Blue Alliance takes the win with a new high score of 39.
Let's see the breakdown.
Breakdown of 4 ranking points to. What?
No, only it's blue, you see? Down at the bottom it says ranking points.
4 ranking points to Blue. All right, and for our first Red Alliance team, we have 1262.
That is the Stags from Martinsville, Virginia.
And for our second Red Alliance team, we have 10257.
That is Vector Space from Lynchburg, Virginia.
And for our first Blue Alliance team, we have 10004.
That is Scarab from Roanoke, Virginia.
And for our last Blue Alliance team, our host, 5724.
That is Spartan Robotics from here.
All right, let's start the game. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Starting off off this autonomous period, we have one blue robot moving into red territory. Scarab over here looks like they are aligning to put a piece on at the start of teleop. Looks like we have we got Scarab going higher. And looks like Vector Space is going to pick up a Algae. On our Blue Alliance side, 10:04 is looks like they are going to try and place an Algae. Over here on our red side, we have a little bit of defense being played. Scarab is lined up. The Stags zooming around the field. They're going to put one up high. They're barely going to miss it. Scarab going up for the first barge score I think we've seen today. And will they get it? And they do. Over on our Blue Alliance side, Scarab does put a Algae up high. 1262 is going to put a game piece up high. And they end up scoring that coral on a lower level. Blue Alliance going back over to there. Scarab is lining up for a high piece. Will they get it? Barely missing. Over here, Vector Space barely missing an Algae. Stags are going to go over and put one in the middle level. Over on our Blue Alliance side, Scarab up high. Will they get it? Looks like they might be barely getting blocked. Over on this side, Vector Space is trying to get some more Algae. Will they pick it up as we come close to the end of this match? Over here on our Red Alliance, we have Vector Space grabbing an Algae. The Stag zooming around, just trying to fill all of the coral up. Scarab trying to catch up as we enter endgame. As we enter endgame, we have Stags are still trying to score as much coral as possible. Over on our Blue Alliance, we have Scarab trying to score high. Will we see any teams climb in 2, 1? Oh, barely missing that Algae by Vector Space. As we end this match, we have an unofficial score of 79-14, but things can always change. We have game pieces all over this field, looking like a hurricane hit our field. But you know what that is? The sign of a good, well-played match.
Yep. All right, we have our scores. Red Alliance taking the win with a new high score of 84. Red Alliance getting 3 ranking points for that match. 50 coral points and 4 Algae. 2 with the barge. All right, let's introduce our teams for the first Red Alliance 9999.
It's the Spartan Robotics B team from Salem, Virginia.
And our second Red Alliance 3939.
That's Botatot 4H Robotics. Looking mean and green.
And our first Blue Alliance team 1086.
Call them cheeseheads, call them blue cheese, just don't call them late for the match.
And our second Blue Alliance team 401.
One of the 3-digit teams here today, Copperhead Robotics from Blacksburg, Virginia. These guys have been around for a while.
All right, let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines. 3. Oh, never mind. All right, we're good this time. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1. Sorry again.
We almost got there this time. We're going to keep getting progressively closer until we eventually start the match.
All right, third time's a charm. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1. Reefscape.
And away we go. We got 2 blue robots showing signs of life. 1086 unfortunately does not quite connect that portal to the reef, and they're at their human player station awaiting their next action. And away they go. We got 3 robots showing signs of life. Botatot 4H not quite moving yet. Let's hope that they can fix that before the end of the match. We got 401 focusing on the top part of the reef. They're inbounding from the human player station. We got the Spartan Robotics B team. They've got one in their clutches. They drop it, and it might not have connected. 1086 is screaming back to the reef. 401 reaching up and drops it up on top. 1086, they have one waiting their turn. They're up, and away with that long arm of theirs. They drop it. Oh, but it falls all the way down, but it still scores points. 39-39, looking a little bit immobile at the moment. We, again, wish them the best. Can't wait to see them get moving. 39, or quadruple 9, scores some points on the board for Red Alliance. That's the Spartan Robotics B team. For the blue team, it's all about the top of that reef. Oh, but 401 comes up just short and has a coral stuck inside their robot. Oh, no, and quadruple 9 has a coral stuck in their robot. That can be dangerous because teams are only allowed to have 1 coral and or 1 algae at a time. Quadruple 9 has gone over to the cages, and it seems to have dislodged the coral by running into the cages. Now that's smart driving. 1086 drops one, tries to get on the lower level. It does not quite connect. We got 401 jittering and shaking and rattling and rolling over back towards the reef. Quadruple 9, that Spartan Robotics B team does not quite connect. Time is running out. Who is going to take this match home? We got a little bit of mic feedback, but we're back and running. It's going to keep doing that. Don't you worry. We got an expert on top of it. Quadruple 9 Spartan Robotics gave it a little too much oomph, and it oomphed right off. 1086 is lining up to hang. Let me move over so that you can see this great view that I'm seeing. 401 also lining up to hang. Will we see two robots up in the air? Quadruple 9 Spartan Robotics B team, they're getting in position, and it does not quite connect for the 1086 hanger. And we've got 3, 2, 1, 0.
We have our official scores. The Blue Lions takes the win. Blue Lions getting 3 ranking points, 27 coral. All right, let's announce our teams. On the Red Alliance, first team, 977.
That is the Comet Bots from South Boston, Virginia.
And our second Red Alliance team, 4561.
That is the Terabytes from Research Triangle Park, North Carolina.
And for our first Blue Lions team, 1466.
They're gonna make a weave. It's Web Robotics from Knoxville, Tennessee.
And our second Blue Lions team, 3258.
Watch out, they're vicious. It's the Mad Dogs from Martinsville, Virginia.
All right, let's get the match underway. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
To start off this autonomous period, we got 2 red robots on the move, 1 blue robot on the move, barely missing by 1466 Webb. Over on the red side, looks like we've got a little bit of a traffic jam, and unfortunately, no pieces scored. As we begin this teleop period, red has a lead, but blue is going to try and race for that comeback. We have Mad Dogs rushing around over there trying to get in inbound. Webb is trying to look like they're going to try and start grabbing some algae. Over on our Red Alliance side, 4561 is going to pick up an algae, while their alliance partner Cometbot scores a coral, and Cometbot's coming right back for another one. That's 2 up high. 4561 looks like they're going to try and put a coral on their middle level. On the Blue Alliance, they're not going to try and be beat out. Web Robotics is trying to put one up high. Over here on the Red Alliance, we got a dual team. The Cometbots just barely dropping their piece, while the Terabytes put one on. They're going to grab a algae off. Over on our Blue Alliance, we have Web trying to grab one, while their alliance partner Mad Dogs are trying to get some algae. Over here on our Red Alliance, Cometbot's up high to get that 3rd coral on the top rung, while their alliance partner puts a 3rd coral on their middle rung. 4561 going for another one. 977 the 4th one up high, while Terabytes puts one down low. Cometbots barely missing a coral. Over on the Blue Alliance side, Webb is trying to answer some of these Red Alliance scores. They're going up high. They score. Terabytes, I believe, put one on, and the Cometbots inbounding to try and get one up high. Webb grabbing one out of the inbounding station as we enter endgame. They put one up high. We got some robots. Looks like right now, blue robot venturing in. We got red robots going for a climb. Will they get up with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? That was a good match.
All right, we have our official scores. With the Red Alliance taking the win. A new high score of 85. Red Alliance getting 3 ranking points. All right, let's introduce our teams. First Red Alliance team, 9994.
It's the Torch B team from Richmond, Virginia, looking to light the way in this match.
And for our second Red Alliance team, we have 10004.
They're of Egyptian descent. It's Scarab from Roanoke, Virginia.
And for our first Blue Alliance team, we have 9997.
That's Copperhead Robotics B team from Blacksburg.
And for our second Blue Alliance team, we have 5804.
It's a grudge match because that's the Torch Robotics A team going up against their B team. So we're going to see who's the better Torch.
He said he's flipping the breaker?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
All right, I think my eyes are hurting from these fluorescent lights. How about we go lights off?
Ooh.
There we go. All right, let's commit. Are we thumbs up?
Now Seth can't see the thumbs.
That is true. All right, we got thumbs up. Let's commit this match. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
And here we go. I can see one red robot making a move and lots of flashing lights. 5804 Torch. The A team is reaching up and drops it on the high level. So far, they're the better Torch. They've got an algae too. Oh my gosh, this must be Christmas. Can they place it? Not before Autonomous ends. And we got a red robot making its debut. We got all 4 robots moving in the dark. The things that go bump in the night. We are loading at the human player station. That's the Torch Robotics B team. Scarab making a move. 5804 Torch. Looks like their lights might have gone out. Looks like we got some scoring going on for the Red Alliance. Scarab is getting on the reef. Oh no, 5804 gets a little hung up, but they drop algae up top in the barge. 5804 now moving towards the reef or the human player station. Scarab looks like they're trying to focus on that reef. What have they got in store? We got the Torch Robotics B team making a move at the human player station. Scarab reaching up, up, up with an algae. Oh, looks like 5804 just drops an algae on the ground. We got the 401 C team moving around. We got some points on the board courtesy of Scarab. That's an algae up on the top of the reef. We got robots moving around, looking to make their next move. Torch Robotics B team drops onto the lower level of the reef, still getting points. A close match. We got the 401 B team moving around, not quite being able to bump like they want to. They're moving closer and closer to the barge station. Maybe they got something planned for endgame. We got the Torch Robotics B team, didn't quite connect to the lower level of that reef. Scarab trying to get an algae or a coral from their human player station. 5804 is putting in the work, getting a coral from their human player station, trying to line up at their reef, reaching up. Can it connect? It's so close. Oh, but they bring it back down. Scarab is reaching up, up, and away on the Red Alliance. Just misses theirs. Plenty of time left in this match, 27 seconds left. 401 B team is already in position near a cage. Oh, and Scarab drops one, but it looks like it fell down. Ooh, don't these lights look cool? I like the lights when the lights are off. Oh, 5804, getting a little hung up on the red barge. That might not be where they meant to be. Bumping and weaving and bobbing all the way to their player station in 3, 2, 1, time. And that was your first lights out match at the Blue Ridge Brawl.
Didn't realize how bright those lights were until Gabe turned it back on. All right, we have our official scores. With the Red Alliance taking the win. 23-32. 3 ranking points to Red. Good job, guys. All right, and for our first Red Alliance team, we have 999-6.
That is the Copperhead Robotics C team from Christiansburg, Virginia.
And our second Red Alliance team, 1025-7.
That is Vector Space from Lynchburg, Virginia.
And for our first Blue Alliance team, we have 3939.
That is Botetourt 4H Robotics from Botetourt, Virginia.
And our second Blue Alliance team, we have 1262.
You better fear them. It's the Stags from Martinsville, Virginia.
All right, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1. Briefscape.
We have a 1v3. We got all 3 robots on the move. Looks like we have a miss by Botatop 4H. The Stags trying to inbound. It looks like they've got one, and they've already placed one up high. They're getting set up for this teleop period, and they're going to go high, barely missing. Over on our Red Alliance, we're going to try, looks like they're going to try and start picking off some algae, while the Stags trying to place up high. Botatot coming along to try and help grab down some of these coral spots. The Stags barely dropping in algae, while their alliance partner is trying to place a coral that they barely miss. Over here on our Red Alliance, it looks like Vector Space is trying to grab some of this algae to try and place in their barge. Looks like they're lining up to grab some off of their reef. We have some panels on the ground over here. Over on that Blue Alliance, the Stags trying to get a coral up high. They're going to barely miss it, while their alliance partner picks off some of that algae. And then they're going to go over and inbound some coral. Over on our Red Alliance, looks like Vector Space is going to get all of that algae off of their reef. On the Blue Alliance, we've got both teams going up high, trying to place some coral. Botatop picking off some more algae, and they're just, or that's the Stags trying to pick off some algae. They're going to get some coral to place down on the middle level of their reef. Over on this Red Alliance, Vector Space trying to pick off some more of this algae. Will they get it? Ooh, and they get it. They've got one more piece left. Will they get the last piece of algae as we enter endgame? Looks like Botatot's lining up for a climb. The Stags are going to go pick off a few more pieces of coral. Will Vector Space get this algae into their barge? And they unfortunately miss with 3, 2, 1.
All right, we have our official scores. With the Blue Alliance taking the win. With it being 61-8. Blue Alliance getting 4 ranking points. Good job, y'all. And Red getting 1 ranking point. All right, and for our first Red Alliance team, 995.
We're giving it up for the Blue Cheese B team.
And their non-B team, 1086.
That's right, it's an all Blue Cheese alliance. That is 1086 Blue Cheese. Ironically, both of the Blue Cheese teams are on red.
And for our first Blue Lions team, we have our hosts, 5724.
The courageous Spartan Robotics from right where you're standing.
And our second Blue Lions team, 977.
It's Comet Bots from South Boston. So we've got on the blue side 2 A teams versus an A team and a B team from the same team. Ooh.
All right, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, reef skate.
And away they go. 4 robots moving. You love to see it. Looks like Big Brother Blue Cheese is pushing Little Brother Blue Cheese out of the way. All right, 977, they dropped one up top. They went back to the human player station for a second algae coral for the Blue Alliance. And they are on the move. We got 5724 making a way to the human player station. Those blue cheese robots are so fast. That's some good driving. All right, 977, they are going back to the human player station. A little bit of coordination going on for 5724, the Spartan Robotics, talking to their human player via hand signals. Oh, 977 just drops it, unfortunately, so close. Blue Cheese is up top trying to get that coral on, and they do, putting points on the board for the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance, more like the Blue Cheese Alliance. Speaking of the Blue Alliance, 5724 having a little bit of trouble at the human player station, but they got a coral and making the way to their reef. The Blue Cheese B robot just dropped one, did not quite connect to the bottom. We got 2 blue robots reaching up. 977 drops one. 5724 gets one on top of the reef for the Blue Alliance. 1 minute and 15 seconds left in this match. Blue Cheese B robot focusing on that lower level. The Blue Cheese A robot is focusing on that upper level. Can they connect? Oh, but it just falls off for the Blue Cheese Big robot. 5724 drops another one off. 977 moving down the reef, focusing on spreading out the coral. Lots of action. This is a great match with 4 robots moving. Uh-oh, Blue Cheese B robot has decided to come over and play a little bit of defense. Spartan Robotics don't care. They dropped one up on top of the reef. Comet Robots, they're lining up, drop one, and heading back to the human player station. The big Blue Cheese is all alone, but they are focusing on spreading the coral out over their reef, looking for ranking points. 10A6 Blue Cheese proper drops one. Oh, but it doesn't quite connect. Not too much defense going on from the Blue Cheese B robot. They are looking a little stagnant. Will they make a mad dash in these last couple of seconds? Spartan Robotics drops a coral, but it might be touching an algae. I forgot the rules about that. We're into the single digits with time here, folks. Nobody's making their way. Oh, that's right. 3, 2, 1. Not quite a hang, but we got some parks in the barge station. An exciting match, courtesy of the Blue Cheeses, 5724 and 977.
All right, we have our official scores. With the Blue Alliance taking the win. 61-34. 3 ranking points to blue, 1 to red. All right, let's introduce our teams on the Red Alliance 401.
That is Copperhead Robotics from Christiansburg, Virginia.
And for our hosts, B Team 9999.
That is Spartan Robotics from Salem, Virginia.
And for our first Blue Alliance team, we have 10004.
That is Scarab from Roanoke, Virginia.
And our second Blue Alliance team, we have 5804.
That is Team Torch from Richmond, Virginia.
All right, let's get along with our 10th qualification match. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 3.
As we begin our autonomous period, 401 up high, Torch moving and up high. Ooh, look, they barely missed. As we exit this autonomous period. Starting off our teleop period, Torch is going to try and score that game piece up high. 401 going for the inbound, and they're going to put it up high. Looks like they do not. Over here on our Blue Alliance, Scarab looks like they barely missed. Torch is going to try and put up some algae in the barge. Don't think we've seen that in a little while. Ooh, they barely saved themselves from a tip. 401 just going to try and keep making quick work of the top level of their reef. Let's see if they can do it. Over on our Blue Alliance, we have, it looks like, Torch scoring up on the high level of the reef. Will they get a second? And it looks like they do. Over here on the red, 401 trying to answer that Torch score. Scarab going up high, looking like they're not getting the position they want. 401 up high, they score one. Over here on our Red Alliance, we have Spartan going down low. They put it in down low. Over here on the Blue, Torch grabbing down another algae. Scarab looks like they're still trying to line up. Looks like they might have a game piece in them. Over here on the Red, 401 picking one up. And they're going to rush across the field looks like they're trying to score on the back side of their reef. Will they make it? And they do. Over here on the Red Alliance, Spartan's going to keep trying to make work on that low level. We have looks like a defense robot over here, Team Torch, sending a coral out of the field. Over here, we got 401. Looks like they're getting in position for a climb. 5804 is just trying to sweep all of these game pieces out and across the field. We've got some robots setting up for a climb. Will any of them get up? Let's see here. We got 401 going for a try. We've got Spartan, looks like they're going for a park, and Torch is going to try and climb as this match ends.
All right. Low.
And we have your scores. The Red Alliance taking that match 41-29, gaining them 3 ranking points, holding 401 in an Alliance captain position. Team 9999 rising to position 14, and Team 9970, one of our Ghost teams, rising to the 13th seed.
Patrick, it would be kind of funny if one of our Ghost teams ended up being an Alliance captain.
All right, we good? Okay. All right, let's introduce our Red Alliance teams. We have Team 3939.
That's Bonatot 4H Robotics. The microphone works better when I turn it on.
And for our second Red Alliance team, we have 10257.
They've got direction, magnitude, and volume. It's vector space.
And for our first Blue Alliance team, we have 4561.
They're from out of town, down south. It's Terror Bites.
And for our second Blue Alliance team, we have 9994.
It's the Torch Robotics B team looking to light up this match.
One, two, check, hey. Check, hey.
If there was an
Check,
award
hey,
for the
one,
cleanest
two.
bumpers, it would go to 4561. Like, those are some sharp corners that they got. Like, I feel like they ironed their bumpers before each match.
It's there. It's just it's like
Hello? All right, cool. All right. All right, let's commit this match. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1. Reef-skate.
And here we go. We got 3 robots moving so far. 4561 does not quite connect with that coral. We do have points on the board for the Red Alliance, courtesy of 10257 Vector Space. And 3939, although they look like blue bumpers, you gotta notice the red tape. That's what sets them apart, is the red tape on 3939. 4561 with the clean bumpers is getting algae off the reef. Looks like 9994 is looking a little bit immobile. We hope to see them moving before the end of the match. That's the Torch Robotics B team. Vector Space with that awesome scissor jack lift of theirs is focusing on the algae, trying to figure out which algae they want to pick first. 3939 is getting moving. We got 999 for the Torch Robotics B team on the move. 4561 drops a coral on the reef for points for the Blue Alliance. Picking up yet another one and going to town. Vector Space has their algae in their clutches, and where are they going to put it? Giving a little love tap to 3939. Vector Space is backing up, lining up, and up, and away they go. 4561 with that ground intake, grabbing an algae. We got points on the board for Red Alliance, courtesy of Vector Space, dropping an algae up top. 3939, they have a coral in their clutches, and they just so badly want to get rid of it. They want to populate that reef with coral. Let's hope that they can. 4561 drops an algae, and it goes bouncing around like crazy. We got Torch Robotics B team drops one, does not quite connect. 10257 Vector Space, they've got one algae and they're reaching up. Can they deliver? Yes, they can. And they drop it on top of the barge. Points are points no matter if they come from algae or coral. 4561 drops a coral on the reef, more points. That human player station is littered with coral, but hey, coral's good for the environment, right? 25 seconds left. Oh no, a little panel drops down on 3939, but maybe that was the weight reduction they need. Let's see if we can get any more points scored before this match is over. 4561 drops one down low and is lining up. Looks like they might be going for some sort of climb. So is the Torch Robotics B team. Vector Space is reaching up, trying to push 3939. Give them a little helping hand in 2, 1, and time.
All right, we have our official scores. 4 ranking points to blue and 1 to red. The Ghost team moving up to 4th place. All right, let's introduce our teams. For the first one on Red Alliance, 1466.
That is Web Robotics from Knoxville, Tennessee.
And for our second Red Alliance team, we have 9995.
That is the Blue Cheese from Glen Allen, Virginia.
And for our first Blue Alliance team, we have 9996.
That is Copperhead Robotics C Team from Christiansburg, Virginia.
And for our second Blue Alliance team, we have 1262.
It's the Stags from Martinsville, Virginia.
We'll let you know when to be back.
Okay. All right. All right, I have an announcement. After this match, at noon we're going to have lunch, and then the wait, David, was it the human player station? The human.
We're going to be playing matches up until lunch. Once we reach noon, we're going to be stopping matches. I don't know exactly which one that is. We're just a little bit behind. We're doing really good. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. Once we get to noon, we're going to stop. We'll make it clear that, hey, this is the last match, and if you'd like to participate in the human player game, come on down to the field. Then we'll be taking about a 40-minute lunch. Once we get that, we'll let you know what time to be back, and we'll let you know what qualification match will be starting, all right? If y'all could pass the word to those who are not here about lunch so that way they know. Thank you.
Testing. We good? Oh, good point. Okay. All right, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1. Reefscape.
As we start off this autonomous period, we have 2 red robots on the move. Looks like 1 blue robot on the move. And the Stags inbound over here on our red alliance. We got a little bit of movement. As we begin our teleoperated period, we have a red lead. The Stags are going to go up high. Over here on our red alliance, it looks like Webb is going to try and start picking up some game pieces. Stags up high again. Looks like they are having a little bit of technical difficulties. Webb over here flinging around some coral. 9995 trying to get over here to inbound. Over on our blue side, the Stags inbound, and they're rushing back across, trying to get a 3rd coral on their reef. Over on our red alliance, we have, it appears to be Webb trying to line up to score some game pieces. The Stags going up high, barely missing, but still managing to score in the low goal. Over here on red, we have some inbounding happening. Let's see. Looks like Webb went for the scorer, trying to get a algae off. Over on our blue alliance, the Stags are still trying to line up. Let's see if they can get that high goal, and they do. Over here on red, Webb trying to, looks like they're getting ready to score some algae. Looks like they end up accidentally dropping it, and they're looking to line up for some more game pieces. Blue Cheese inbounding one, trying to score down low, slamming into an algae. Looks like Stags is trying to get a 4th game piece. Maybe they're just trying up. Now they're starting to fill up their lower level of their reef. Over here on our red alliance, we've got some algae getting picked up. Let's see what Team Webb is going to do with it. Over on our blue side, the Stags inbound another. They have 5 coral on that top level, 1 on that low. Where are they going to go next? As we enter endgame, over here, Webb dropping in, I think, the first algae we've seen into the processor. The Stags scoring down low as we enter the last 10 seconds. Webb looking like they're getting ready for a climb. Stags trying to get some coral in as 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, we have our scores. With the Blue Lions taking the win. Blue Lions getting 3 ranking points, red with 1. Hello, hello, hello. That's so. Are we good? Are we good? Hello? All right.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's introduce our teams. For our first Red Alliance team, we have 9997,
Slippery, slimy, that's the Copperhead Robotics B team from Blacksburg, Christiansburg, Virginia.
And our second Red Alliance team, 3258.
Different species of the animal kingdom, it's the Mad Dogs from Martinsville, Virginia.
And now with a Spartan Robotics Alliance, team 5724.
That's the Spartan Robotics A team from right where you're standing.
And along with their B team, 9999.
That's the Spartan Robotics B team from right where you're standing. 2 Spartans up against the dogs and the snakes. Try to make that into a rock, paper, scissors game. Spartan, dog, snake.
All right, let's commence the match. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, reefscape.
And away they go. We got 3258 crashing into the reef, whereas 5724 takes a gentler approach and waits patiently. We have 2 robots moving, and that is autonomous, period. Away they go. Mad Dogs quick to drop off their coral that we started with, and we see a little bit of life out of the 401 Robotics C team, getting a little bit of motion going. 5724 just misses theirs, but quadruple 9, the B team Spartans, they are collecting from the human player station. One goes high, one goes low. Mad Dogs on their own, putting algae into the processor, but I can't help but notice there's no human player to score it for the Blue Alliance. I'm not allowed to score it for the Blue Alliance, so good luck. That is 6 points to the Red Alliance, courtesy of Mad Dog. 5724 is reaching up yet again, while the Spartan Robotics B team is still focusing on that lower shelf, but it's a good idea to tackle a problem from all angles. It's all coral all the time. Sorry, all algae all the time from the Mad Dogs. They got 2 algae into the processor, and there is no human player here to score it for blue. 3258 drops another one off on the low level. They are slamming around. Still no motion from the 401 Robotics Copperhead B team. There's lights flashing, but nobody's home. Mad Dog's going for yet another algae in the processor, and they went into enemy territory to get that one. 5724, they get a smooth collection, twist and up, dropping it on top of the reef. Can they? Yes, they can. Spartan Robotics B team dropping one. Oh, but it rolls off the bottom shelf. Plenty of time left in this match, 38 seconds to be exact. Mad Dog's moving in position, dropping one off on the lower shelf. That is a versatile robot. They are going over to opponent territory, knocking algae around, getting into Spartan Robotics' way just a little bit, but making sure not to collect penalty points. 5724 drops one up top. The B robot just barely missed one and has to look around for their next move. Looks like they're moving towards the cages for a park. 3258 Mad Dog is moving an algae, just barely missed the processor. Oh, they bump into the blue area. There's 3 blue robots in the same place, and that is certainly a choice.
Just a reminder, we're playing up till 12. We will let you know when the last qualification match is, and right after that, we are having the human player field game. Come down here as soon as the last qualification match is if you're interested in that. All right, we have our official score. With the Blue Alliance taking the win with a new high score, 93-31. The Blue Alliance getting 4 ranking points. Our host moving up to 10th, and their B team moving up to 6th. All right, let's introduce our Red Alliance for the first team, 5804.
That is Team Torch from Richmond, Virginia.
And their alliance partner, 1086.
That's Blue Cheese from Glen Allen, Virginia.
And our first Blue Alliance team, we have 10257.
That is Vector Space from Lynchburg, Virginia.
And their alliance partner, 4561.
It's the Terabytes from Research Triangle Park, North Carolina. Alrighty, I'm on location here with two of our volunteers, and I'm gonna want to hear from them and see how they are enjoying it so far. So quickly tell me your name, how long you've been volunteering for, and are you enjoying it so far?
My name is Zach. I am an alumni of 5724. I've been volunteering since 2019. Started the Blue Ridge Brawl. Definitely.
Elton, this is my first time volunteering, and I am enjoying it.
That's good. Let's give a round of applause for our volunteers.
All right, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, reef skate.
As we start off this autonomous period, we have two blue robots on the move, two red robots on the move. 1086 looks like they're getting ready to score in the middle. Torch looks like they're gonna go high and barely missed. Over here, we have 4561 knocked over one of their starting pieces. As we enter this teleop period, we are tied. Let's see who's gonna take the match. Blue Cheese looks like they're trying to rise. Torch looks like they are getting lined up. Over on our Blue Alliance side, we have Algae rolling around the field. 4561 putting one in their middle level of their reef. It looks like Vector Space is gonna try and grab some game pieces out of the middle of their reef. 5804, Torch grabbing an Algae. Looks like they're going to try and score up high. 1086 inbounding, trying to get some coral scoring going. We have two robots going for their barge. Torch gets it. Will Vector Space. And it's in. 4561 making quick work of their reef. Blue Cheese coming over to play some defense. Over here on the Red Alliance side, we have a robot with two game pieces inside of their intake mechanism. Will they be able to get it out? 4561 looks like they're going to try and start working on the low level while their partner Vector Space is trying to start pick up some Algae. 1086 making a bang, clearing out their inbounding station. That's some good cooperation there. Oh, we have a game piece going out of the field. Torch looks like they're back in it and going to try and start scoring up high. Right now they are trailing, but they are going to try and make quick work to catch back up. Over there on the Blue Alliance, 4561, trying to make some good work on the coral score, while Vector Space keeps working on trying to get some Algae. 5804 Torch looks like they banged into some Algae, while they're going to try and keep scoring, while their alliance partner, 1086, is trying to block the inbounding station, it does appear. As we enter endgame here, we have robots getting ready to climb. 4561's trying to line up. Will they get it? Looks like they might. Vector Space lowering in. 3, 2, 1. It looks like we might have two robots up. That might be the first time we had multiple robots up at this event. Right now, we have blue in the lead, but things can always change.
All right, we have our official score. 59 to 29. Blue Lions getting 3 ranking points, red with 1. This will be the next match will be our last qualification match before lunch, and then right after that qual match, we will have our human player game. And for that human player game, if you see me, hello, line up on this wall over here closest to the doors where the robots enter and exit. Thank you. Now let's introduce our team for our last qualification match before lunch. We have on the Red Alliance 977.
Streaking across the sky, it's Comet Bots from South Boston, Virginia.
And for our second Red Alliance team, 9994.
Looking to light up the sky, it's Torch Robotics from Richmond, Virginia.
And for our first Blue Lions team, we have 401.
That's Copperhead Robotics out of Christiansburg, Blacksburg, Auburn, and Eastmont, Montgomery County Public Schools.
And our second Blue Lions team, 1262.
It's time to fear the deer. It's the Stags from Martinsville, Virginia.
So I am on location here again with 2 of our lovely volunteers, and they're going to tell us how they enjoy it here.
Hi, my name's Vesper. This is my 3rd year of volunteering, and I really enjoy it.
My name's Lydia. This is also my 3rd year volunteering, and I'm also really enjoying it.
Can we get a round of applause for our volunteers?
All right, y'all, let's have a last good match before lunch. Drivers behind the lines, 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
I hope you're hungry for some points. 401 racing towards putting one up top. 1262 doesn't quite connect. It falls all the way down. Meanwhile, over on the red side of the field, 977, they didn't connect their first one, but they are locked and loaded, ready for teleop. Going for one more on the blue, but they just missed. We got all 4 robots on the move. 1262 Stags reaching up and dropping one up top. You know, if you really squint, the Stags robot kind of looks like it has antlers. All right, 401 is lining up at the human player station, banging on that wall. 977 drops one up top for the Red Alliance. We got the 9994 Torch Robotics B team lining up, trying to get rid of that coral. That top of the reef is filling up quick on the Blue Alliance with 1262 and 401 working together. Oh, but 401 just misses it. They can't take a compliment well. All right. Torch Robotics B team drops one. It doesn't quite connect. 977, they've got locked and loaded and are looking to put one up on top of the reef, and they do. This is a back and forth punching match. 1262 is up and drops one on top of the reef. 977 is in charge of the top of the reef on the red side. Blues is looking a little full. Reds is looking a little full. Points come from anywhere, though. We got Torch Robotics B team over on the blue side of the field. They're going to try to slow down the Blue Alliance a little bit. 977 is left responsible for taking care of that reef. Looks like they're starting to think about some algae. They've got algae on the red side of the field. 1262 is banging and bumping and moving and grooving and dropping a coral on the middle level of that reef. Torch Robotics is stuttering a little bit, but trying to disrupt Blue's flow any way they can. 43 seconds left. Oh, 977 popped a little bit of a wheelie, but they are A-okay. You can't bring this comment down. We got 34 seconds left. Torch B team is getting in position. Looks like they might be trying to go for a climb. 1262 is dropping one off. That blue reef is filling up, folks. Red's not doing too bad themselves. Comet Robotics is streaking across the field and filling it up where it's easy to see. 401 is moving in position. Maybe they're going for something. Psych! You thought. 1262 is getting ready to 8 seconds left into the single digits of time. 401 is back and they're staying parked. 3 seconds left, 2, 1, and a last second park from 977. Very strategic decisions going on here. Do we park? Do we hang? Do we get one more coral? That is what the students are discussing, and I am glad I am not being consulted.
All right, and if you want to participate in the human player game right after this field is cleaned up, line up along the bleachers on the floor. Thank you. All right, we have our score. With the Blue Lions taking the win with a new high score of 94-56. Blue Lions getting 4 ranking points. 1262 Stags now in first place. And their alliance partner 401 in second. And just to reiterate, if you want to play in the human player game right before lunch, line up along the bleachers on the floor. Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna get this started so everyone has time to eat. With this, please be careful, watch your head. There's gonna be a lot of flying algae. I don't want y'all to hit your head. If you do, just go, it's a little dodgeball, you'll be okay. What we're gonna do is just divide yourself on either side, whichever feels more lucky to you. I promise there's not a one-side advantage, so just go ahead and spread out. The first line for my field reset peoples. Yeah, sure, we'll do the piece of black tape right here. All right, oh, this is easy. All right. Once you shoot, if you score, don't retrieve it. The field reset staff will grab it for you, for your safety.
All right, let's announce our Red Alliance for the first team, 9997.
It works better when it's on. That's going to be Copperhead Robotics, the B team.
And for our second team on our Red Alliance, our host team, 5724.
Salem Spartan Robotics from this very building.
And to introduce our Blue Alliance, we have team 9996.
That's a grudge match. It's the Copperhead Robotics C team. We got the C and the B team facing off.
And our second team on that alliance, 1466.
That's going to be Web Robotics. They got multiple B's in their name, but that's not a B team. What?
Do we have scores?
That's a good point. They're all talking right there, but yeah. Good question.
All right, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
And away they go. We got some motion out of 5724 Spartan Robotics. We got two blue robots on the move. 1466 Webb is shaking it off like Taylor Swift. 9996 has made the ever so careful journey towards their reef. It is worth points to leave that autonomous line, and that is exactly what they did. We got three robots moving, so far, one of the 401 teams has barely moved. I just saw a little bit of life out of them. We got 9995, the 401B team, crashing into the reef, dropping one down low, putting points on the board for blue. We got 5724, they've got a coral in hand, they just need a place to put it. Meanwhile, 1466 Web Robotics, they are lining up, looking for some coral to score and a reef to put it on. It's all about that lower shelf for the 401B team. They just missed that one. 5724, they're reaching up, and away. It looks like they don't quite have a coral on because they're going for algae, of course. Points are points no matter where they come from. 401B team dropping one on the lower shelf. Points are points. 5724, they have an algae and are delivering it to the processor. Trying to get it in. Will they do it? They're bumping and nudging and shaking and rattling. Trying to get that algae into the processor, and they do. That's points for the Red Alliance. Now the Blue Alliance has the opportunity to score this algae into the net, and oh, it just falls short. 1466 is over on the blue side of the field, looking for their next points to score, trying to take their time to line up to the reef. Sometimes it can get a little cluttered over there, and they have to move around these obstacles. 57-24 puts another algae in the processor, and the blue human player scores it for 4 points. 999-6, that's 401. The B team is filling up that bottom shelf. We got 36 seconds left in this match. 57-24 focusing on the algae even more, giving it to the blue human player station. 999-6, the 401 B team has dropped it off. So far in the battle of 401 versus 401, 401 is ahead. We got 18 seconds left. Will we see anybody try to climb? Looks like there's a little bit of an algae stuck in the processor. 57-24 might dislodge that. We got 9 seconds left. They got to decide what's going to be worth it. 999-7 has already parked in that red zone, but they've been parked there for a little bit. 1466 crashes in just as the game ends. Cages are swinging.
And we have our official scores. With the Blue Lights taking the win. The Blue Lions getting 3 ranking points. All right, and to announce our Red Alliance teams, we have 32-58.
That is the Mad Dogs from Martinsville, Virginia.
And for our second Red Alliance team, 39-39.
It's Botetourt 4-H Robotics from Botetourt, Virginia.
And to announce our Blue Lions, 999-5.
I believe that is Blue Cheese from Richmond, Virginia.
And our second Blue Lions team, 10-004.
That is Scarab Star City Area Robotics from Roanoke, Virginia.
All right, let's get qualification match 17 underway. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, reef skate.
As we start this autonomous period, we have 4 robots on the move. 3939 looks a little hung up. Over on this blue alliance, we have a score down low. Looks like 3258 is in position to score. Let's see how this autonomous finishes out here. We have a slight blue lead here going into our teleop period, but red is rushing around to make sure that does not stay the case. Over on our blue line side, looks like Blue Cheese is trying to inbound. Scarab looks like they're trying to score. We have a piece of algae going into the processor over here by 3258. Botatov 4H Robotics is on the move. Scarab up high. They're in position. Will they score? We have a score by Blue Cheese down low. 3258 trying to pick up all of the algae that they can, going right into the Blue Alliance's cage. 3258 scoring another algae here into their processor. They're trying to pick up another. Let's see if they can get it. They're rushing around the field. Over on our Blue Alliance side, Blue Cheese and Scarab making quick work of the low level, while Scarab goes high. They get it on that high level up there. Looks like Botatot's trying to knock down some more algae. Over there at the inbounding station, Mad Dog's picking up some more game pieces, trying to score. Blue Cheese looks like they're getting in position for another score on their low goal, while their alliance partner, Scarab, goes high, barely missing that game piece. Over here on the Red Alliance side, we got Botatov 4H Robotics still working on trying to knock down some of this algae for their partner. Barely a miss by Mad Dogs. Looks like they're going to try and pick up some more algae here. And it looks like they're going to try and score in their processor. As we enter this end game, we have a blue lead. Red is going to try and fight their way back here with 10 seconds remaining. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Looks like all 3 robots are on the ground. Right now, we have a slight blue lead, but that is the unofficial score. You never know what can happen.
All right, we have our scores. And the Blue Lions takes the win. Blue Lions getting 4 ranking points, and 995 moving up to 7th. All right, let's introduce our Red Alliance. Oh, excuse me. Our first team, that's not 32.
That's the Stags, the deer that you're supposed to fear, from Martinsville, Virginia.
And our second team on the Red Alliance, 977.
It's the looking good in blue Comet Bots, straight out of South Boston.
And our hosts, B team for the first Blue Alliance, 9999.
That's going to be the Spartan Robotics B team, hoping to bring their A game.
And their alliance partner, 4561.
From down south, it's Terror Bites from Research Triangle Park, North Carolina.
All right, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, reef skate.
And away they go. 4561 and 977. 977 reaches up and connects. 4561 drops one. Looks like it quite connected. 1262 drops one, and that rolls all the way down to the lower level of the reef. And 977 has one, but was not able to score it. But a very important autonomous period. We're going to move into the teleop part of the match. That's where the big points come from. But success in autonomous often means that a team will do well in teleop. 4561 has a coral, and they're dropping it off in a nice, easy place to see. This is going to be a high-scoring match. 1262 Stags just dropped one off. 977 moving into position. So far, no algae scored. 977 is reaching all the way up. Quadruple 9, the Spartan Robotics B team is lining up, drops one on that lower shelf. We got two red robots on the reef at the same time, both reaching up, Comets and Stags. Quadruple 9 drops one, but it just drops back into their robot. 4561 Terabytes drops one, and it falls to the floor, just unfortunate. 977 Comet Bots just reached up and is looking for their next move. They're going to go for some algae. 1262 Stags drops one, it falls all the way down to the bottom level of the reef. It's very important to plan out your moves, and Stags drops another one off on the reef. 4561 looks like they might have dislodged some algae, but it rolls over to the red side. Don't worry, no points gained or lost from that action. Quadruple 9 drops one on the shelf. 4561 just barely missed it. The blue side is looking much more populated with coral on the floor, whereas the red side has much more algae on the floor. It's all about that ground intake, courtesy of Terror Bites, a very clever design. 1262 reaching up, drops one. The top level of that reef is looking pretty good for the Red Alliance. Blue's not doing bad themselves, especially on the bottom side of the reef, courtesy of Quadruple 9, Spartan Robotics B team. 27 seconds left in this match. Teams are moving around. 4561 again with that floor intake is positioning themselves. 977 sitting pretty at the reef, getting that algae out of the way to make scoring easier. 1262 filling up that side of the reef. Lots of coral, lots of places. We're in the single digits now, folks. Will we see anybody hang in 3, 2, 1, and a mad dash. 977 parks at the last second for an exciting match.
All right, we have our official scores. Red Alliance taking the win. 42 to 89. Red Alliance getting 4 ranking points. Stag staying in first. All right, let's introduce our teams. Our host team, 5724.
That is Spartan Robotics from Salem, Virginia.
And our second Red Alliance team, 1466.
That is Web Robotics from Knoxville, Tennessee.
And to start off with our Blue Alliance teams, 9994.
That is Torch from Richmond, Virginia.
And their alliance partner, 401.
That is Copperhead Robotics from Christiansburg, Virginia.
All right, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1. Reefscape.
As we start this autonomous period, we have 3 robots on the move. 4-1 up high. We got Spartan Robotics aiming down low. Looks like they put a piece on. We have a slight Red Alliance lead as we leave this autonomous period. But Blue is going to come rushing out of autonomous, trying to score pieces in teleop. We have both red robots going to their inbound stations. Spartan is going to look like they're going to aim high. 401, unfortunately, dropping a game piece. Let's see if they can recover and get some score on the board. Over here on the Red Alliance, it looks like Web Robotics is having a little bit of issues inbounding, while their alliance partner is going up for their second coral. Will they put it on? Barely missing. Let's see if they can get that next one up. Over here on our Blue Alliance, they're trying to not be outdone, trying to rush their way back. 99-94. Torch is trying to get some of these pieces scored down low. 401 up high. Will they put it on? And they get it. Over here on our Red Alliance, Web Robotics looks like they're trying to aim down low. Spartan going for it. Looks like their third piece up high. Will they get it? They're so close. 401 barely missing one, shooting it through their reef. Spartan gets that game piece up high with only 50 seconds left. How will these teams do? We got another one up high over here on our Blue Alliance. This is a very, very tight match. We've got Torch over here trying to make sure that they can widen that lead. Over here on our Red Alliance, we have Spartan putting another game piece up high. Web Robotics looks like they're trying to get some more game pieces. 401 up high. Looks like they did not align for it. Spartan up high. And looks like they barely miss. Unfortunate. Let's see if they can get the next piece as we enter endgame. 401 looks like they are going to get into position for a climb. Will they get it? Looks like they might be misaligned as we get into this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are they up? That is for our refs to decide, but it looks like it. Red Alliance having 2 robots parked. Blue Alliance having 1 and a climb. We'll have to see with how tight this match is. It could make a difference.
All right, we have your scores. Don't be surprised. With the Red Alliance winning by 1 point. Getting 3 ranking points on red and 1 on blue. Good job, y'all. All right, let's introduce our teams. The first team in the Red Alliance, 10004.
That's going to be Scarab, a relatively new team from Roanoke, Virginia.
And our second team, 3258.
Start barking for the Mad Dogs from Martinsville, Virginia.
And to introduce our Blue Alliance, 1086.
That's going to be the Blue Cheese, finally on blue.
And their alliance partners, 3939.
Botetourt 4-H Robotics. We have a match with all A teams bringing their A games, hoping to bring a wonderful score.
All right. I have word that we're doing a lights off game again. My eyes are kind of hurting. Cut those. All right. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2. My bad, false start. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1. Reef skate.
In the words of Will I Am, let's get it started. And we got 1086 putting on a light show here in the dark. That's how we do it at the Blue Ridge Brawl. 3258 approached the reef but was not able to connect that coral they have in their clutches. Here comes the sound. And away they go. 1086 is lighting it up. 3939, they've got lights on their robot too. Hopefully that can help them see their way in this dark match. 1086 first to put points on the board for the Blue Alliance. We got points up on the board for Red Alliance courtesy of Scarab. 3258 Mad Dogs putting one in the processor and feeding the human player. 3939 is moving around ever so carefully, ever so brightly. Blue human player puts it up into the barge with a algae for 4 points. 3939 looking good in green as 1086 drops them off at the reef, getting an algae. 3258 throws an algae all the way to the blue side of the field. Interesting choice. 10,004 Scarab unfortunately just misses a coral on their reef. 3258 lines up, drops one, and it lands on the lower shelf of the reef. We got some cool picture opportunities here as 1086 drops one off, and 3939 is in position, looking to score. 3258 Mad Dogs is chasing that algae, but decides not to go over to their opponent's side of the field. They're going to change focus. 10,004 Scarab is reaching up with the coral. 3939 is come to life. They've got red lights on, and they're getting in position to score. 3258 is making trips back and forth from the reef. 1086 drops another one off for the Blue Alliance. 10,004 reaches up. Oh, but it does not connect with 3258. They drop one off on the lower level. 33 seconds left. 3939 is up and in the air, trying to line up. Can they connect for the Blue Alliance? 3939 wants to get it done. 10,004. They drop one off. Oh, but it falls. We got a cool light show going on telling you that it's the last 20 seconds of the match. 3258, they have an algae. Now they just need to figure out what to do with it. Oh, they got beached on it. Can they recover? Yes, they can. We have 5 seconds left. Who's going to park? Who's going to score? In 3, 2, 1. And that was lights out match here at the Blue Ridge Brawl. Some beautiful light shows being put on by these robots.
All right, we have our official score. And it is our first tie of the event. One ranking point to each team, or each alliance. All right, let's announce our teams. First team on the Red Alliance, 999-5.
That is Blue Cheese from Richmond, Virginia.
And their alliance partners for the match, 999-7.
They slither around the field. It is Copperhead Robotics from Blacksburg, Virginia.
And for our first Blue Alliance team, 1025-7.
That is Vector Space from Lynchburg, Virginia.
And their alliance partners, 5804.
They light up the field. It's Team Torch from Richmond, Virginia.
Testing? Hello? Okay. I just want to make sure they had sound coming out of it. All right, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
As we begin this autonomous period, we have 3 robots on the move. Looks like Blue Cheese scored low, barely missing. We have a big movement over here from Torch. Looks like they managed to knock an algae off, but barely missed that score. Right now we have a slight red lead, or slight blue lead as we begin this teleop period. Torch scoring that game piece up high. Vector Space slamming into their reef trying to get to an algae. Over here on the Red Alliance, we have, looks like Blue Cheese trying to hypnotize me over here with their beautiful moves. Over here we got Blue Cheese scoring down low. Vector Space going up high. Will they get it into their barge? And they do. That was a beautiful score by Vector Space. Over on our red side, Blue Cheese starting an avalanche, while Copperhead looks like they're looking at their cage, maybe attempt a climb. Vector Space going up high, and they get another algae into their barge. Looks like Copperhead trying to play a slight defense over here on this Blue Alliance. Torch up high. Ooh, barely missing that goal there. Vector Space puts a third algae up into their barge. That was a beautiful score by Vector Space. Over on our Red Alliance, we have a robot scoring some coral down into the low level of their reef. Torch putting one up high. That was a beautiful set by Torch. Blue Cheese also with some lovely scores on the low level of that reef over there. Vector Space up high. They're getting really good at these barge scores. Got some defense being played by Team 401 over there on our Blue Alliance side. Over here on red, Blue Cheese trying to keep them in it. They're really trying to catch this score up while their alliance partner 401 is playing that defense, trying to slow that alliance down. As we enter endgame, we have a slight blue lead. Let's see if that Red Alliance can bring it on back. Vector Space looks like they're going to try and get one more algae while Torch goes up for a climb. with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It does look like Vector Space got that algae in right before endgame. Unofficial score is a blue leading, but just remember, anything can change.
All right, we have our official scores. The Blue Lions takes the win. Blue Lions getting 3 ranking points. All right, let's introduce our teams for the next match. On the Red Alliance, 45-61.
From the Research Triangle Park in North Carolina, it's Terror Bites.
And their alliance partner, 999-6.
It's the Copperhead See You Later team. Patrick.
And to start off our Blue Alliance, our B team host, 999-4.
That's going to be Torch's B team, actually, 999-4.
999-4. And the actual B team host, 9999.
That's going to be the Torch that's the Spartan B team. Yeah. Those t-shirts, man, they'll get you. So folks, if you're paying attention to the robots on the field, 2 of them look very similar. That is no coincidence. So First has started doing something called starter bots. And every year with the release of the challenge, they will also release a design for a starter bot, something to get teams started. And it's a good, simple design that teaches a little bit about robotics and gives teams a place to build off of. So we have 2 robots that are in the starter bot configuration.
All right. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1. Reef skate.
And away they go. We got 2 red robots moving, trying to get those leading points in autonomous. 45-61, a successful connection to the reef. Going after an coral on the ground. Looks like they quite got it, but that's okay. No motion from the blue side yet, but let's see how that changes in teleop. They start moving around. 9994 took a big bump. That's Torch's B team, and they score down low, as does your host, quadruple 9. That's Spartan Robotics B team. Another score courtesy of the Torch B team. We got 9996. That's the 401 Copperhead Robotics C team trying to get in position to score the pipe they have. Oh, but it does not quite connect. 45-61 trying to put a coral on the reef, and they do for the Red Alliance. It's all about that lower shelf for the Blue Alliance. Both robots are choosing to put coral on the lower shelf, probably because they can't reach up too much higher, and that's A-okay. It's all about design choices and decisions. 9996, the Copperhead Robotics B team scores on the lower level. 45-61, they've got one in hand and are scoring on that reef for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance still filling up that bottom shelf. Every single point counts in this close match. 1 minute and 10 seconds left. It's all about going back and forth, not getting tripped up on all the coral that's already on the field. 4561 took an algae off of their reef, trying to give themselves a little bit more room to work with. The Spartan Robotics B team drops one off down low. Torch just misses theirs. You got to come at it with the right velocity to make sure it doesn't bounce off. 401C knows what I'm talking about. They drop one off down low. 4561's drop one off down low. Torch Robotics B team doesn't quite connect with that one. Let's see if they can connect with this one. Even if they mess up, that's okay, because they got another one right behind them. 30 seconds left. Ooh, that one is barely hanging on for 4561 on the red reef. Let's hope nothing knocks that off. You got to be ever so careful. Oh, and they shake it into place. 20 seconds left. That bottom shelf is looking mostly full for the Blue Alliance. Oh, a big slam from Torch B team, but they keep carrying on. We got 7 seconds left. We got robots parking. Are we going to see anybody get up into the air? 4561 looks like they're thinking about it with 1 second left. And that is your match.
All right, we have our official scores. With the Red Alliance taking the win. 33-46. Red Alliance getting 3 ranking points. All right, let's introduce our the teams of our next match. For the first team in the Red Alliance, 39-39.
That is Botetourt 4-H Robotics from Botetourt, Virginia.
And the second team on the Red Alliance, 10-004.
That is Star City Area Robotics from Roanoke, Virginia.
Sorry. And for the first team on our Blue Alliance, 977.
That is the Comet Bots from South Boston, Virginia.
And their alliance partner, 1466.
That is Web Robotics from Knoxville, Tennessee. Just a quick update for anybody who is interested in Virginia Tech football. They are now leading 6-3 against Wake Forest.
All right. Get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1. Reefscape.
Beginning this offense period, we have 3 robots on the move. Comet Bots up high. 1466 Web Robotics looks like they're up high, and they barely miss it. Red Alliance is not doing too much moving. 977 going for a second piece. Looks like they did not get it. Starting off this teleop period, we have a blue lead. Comet Bot scoring that piece that they didn't score in Autonomous. While we have, looks like Scarab on the move. Over there, ooh, Web Robotics saving themselves from a tip, which was really, really nice. Over here on our Red Alliance, Scarab up high. It looks like Botatot went up high, but they could not get it. Comet Bot's up high. Looks like they didn't like their alignment. They're going to try and move and see if they can get it there, and they do. Web Robotics going for that middle level. Ooh, man, they drop on down. Botatot looks like they're going to go over and play some defense while their partner Scarab tries to score. Let's see if they can get it. Ooh, big jam over here at the inbounding station for the Comet Bots. Ooh, looks like 39-39 lost that piece. So did the Comet Bots. Web Robotics is going to keep trying to place some pieces here. They're going to go up high. Will they put it on there? They're so close, and they get it. Over here on our Red Alliance side, we still have some scoring being taken by Scarab. Looks like they get a piece inbounded, while the Blue Alliance is trying to play around this Botatot defense. Comet Bots putting one in the middle level. 39-39 rolling around to play some defense on the Comet Bots, while their Blue Alliance partner is trying to get a piece inbounded. Comet Bots get a piece inbounded. Will they get around that defense? And they do. Over here on our Red Alliance side, Scarab going up high for some coral. Red Alliance placing one up high. Web Robotics seems to be putting a ton of pieces in, while 977 is going to try and help them. Looks like they are going to go, looks like they are not happy with that level of placement, while their partner over Scarab is going up high. 977 puts one up high, and that ends this match. Right now we have a blue lead. We will see if that holds true.
All right, we have our official scores. With the Blue Alliance taking the win, 80-35, with Blue Alliance getting 3 ranking points each. All right, let's announce our next alliance. On the Red Alliance, first team, 1262.
Hear the deal, it's Stags from Martinsville, Virginia.
And their alliance partner, 9995.
The cream of the crop, it's Blue Cheese B Team.
Looks like they're going against themselves. We have the first team in the Blue Alliance, 1086.
It's a grudge match, 1086, the A Team of Blue Cheese.
With their alliance partner, 9997.
That's the Copperhead Robotics B Team making their way onto the field right now.
All right, let's get the match underway. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, rescape.
And away they go. We got 3 robots moving. That's 3 out of 4. We got 2 red robots scoring. Oh, but 1262, they overshot by a little bit. 9995, the Blue Cheese B Team, they dropped one off down low, and that is the only coral scored in Autonomous. But we're looking to change that. 1086, the A Team is in position, trying to get rid of their first coral. We got the 401 Copperhead C Team already moving over, looking to play some defense, looking to disrupt some cycles. 1086 Blue Cheese flying solo on the blue side of the field, working on the top of that reef. 1262 Stags, they drop another one up top. 1086 not too far behind. There's 3 on top for red, 2 on top for blue. 1262, they've got another one. 1086, they've got another one. They're going punch for punch on the top of this reef. We got all sorts of algae rolling away, courtesy of the 401C team playing some defense. 1086, they have an algae in their clutches. What will they ever do with that? 1262 dropping one down low. Meanwhile, the Blue Cheese B team looking to beat out their big siblings, trying to find a place to score that coral down low. 1262 Stags, they have an algae in their clutches. They're going to try to score it. Looks like up top. Oh, but they fall very short. 1086 focusing on the coral now, trying to fill up the side of the reef that they can see most easily. 1262 Stags, they are getting in position, trying to go for the top of the reef, and they score one. 997 is in position, trying to disrupt the Stags, but the Stags are just too darn quick, like a deer scampering out of the way of an oncoming Ford F-150. They dodge it. 1086 still flying solo on the blue half of the field, trying to get into position and filling up the side of the reef that their drivers can see most easily. Blue Cheese B team drops one off down low on the reef. 997 still trying to get in the way, trying to disrupt, trying to do anything they can to slow down the scoring of red. We got less than 20 seconds left. 401C team is already in position, waiting for that end game. 1262 tries to score just a couple more times. 1086 is in position, trying to get up on the lower cage in 3, 2, 1. Can Blue Cheese do it? Oh, they just fell short. But an exciting match nonetheless. Red has the slight advantage. We will see if that remains.
All right, we have our official scores. With the Red Alliance taking the win, 44-76. And Red Alliance getting 4 ranking points. All right, let's announce our teams for the next match. On the Red Alliance, the first team, 10-25-7.
That is Vector Space from Lynchburg, Virginia.
And their alliance partner, 401.
That is Copperhead Robotics from Christiansburg, Virginia.
And for the Blue Alliance, 32-58.
That's Mad Dogs from Martinsville, Virginia.
And their alliance partner, 999-6.
That is the Copperhead Robotics C Team.
All right, I have an announcement. After the last match, we need a team representative for every team along this wall over here. Thank you, Ethan. Along that door over there for every team, 4-line selection. Thank you. All right, let's get the second to last match underway. Behind the lines, 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Start this autonomous period. We got Copperhead Robotics going up high with their alliance partner, Scarab. Looks like they got a piece in down low. 4-1 going for a second one. Looks like 32-58 Mad Dogs sitting in position to score as we enter Teleop. As we enter Teleop, Red Alliance coming out with a bang. Looks like 4-1's going to try and go up high, while their alliance partner, Scarab, is going to try and pick off some of these game pieces. Over on our Blue Alliance, we have 99-96 trying to get some pieces scored on the low level, while the Mad Dogs are looking to inbound. Scarab going up high with our Vector Space going up high to get a game piece scored in that barge. And their opposing alliance is working to help them to do some of that cooperation on the barge. Vector Space going up high, and they'll score. Looks like they're going to get another ball for cooperation up top. 401 inbounding, making some heavy work on the upper level of their reef. Vector Space going up high. Over on our Blue Alliance, 9996 is making some work on the low level, while their alliance partner, Mad Dogs, is also helping on the low level here. Vector Space is going to grab a coral. Copperhead up high. 32-58 down low. They score. 401 looks like a slight miss. Big bang, almost knocking over our ref podium. Be careful, those Allen Bradley panels are expensive. Mad Dogs putting another algae into that processor, or it looks like attempting to. Vector Space filling up that red barge. Look how full the red barge is getting. They've only got a few more pieces left with 30 seconds remaining. Will they put them all up? While the Mad Dogs, or that's not the Mad Dogs, scoring down low. Mad Dogs getting another piece of algae. Vector Space up high. 401 barely missing. Looks like we're getting ready for some climbs. 401's getting ready. Looks like Vector Space is going to try and grab one more piece of algae with these last few seconds remaining. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Vector Space rolling on in there at the end. I do not know if that will count, but that was a really cool roll at the end.
All right, we have our official score. Let's go, Red Alliance winning. 58 to 92. Each team getting 4 ranking points. All right, let's announce our teams for the last match, or the last qualification match of the event. And on the Red Alliance, our first team, 39-39.
That's Bonator. 4H.
And for our host team, 57-24.
Spartan Robotics.
All right, and for our Blue Alliance, the first team, 58-04.
They're lighting the way. Torch A-Team.
And their alliance partner, 45-61.
Terror Bites.
Reminder, after this last match, I need a representative for each team along the wall over here. Thank you. All right, let's have a nice last clean match, y'all. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, reef skate.
I know he said let's have a clean match, but let's leave it all on the field. This is the Blue Ridge Brawl after all. We got 2 corals scored on the Blue Alliance, courtesy of both Terabytes and Torch. We got all 4 A teams on the field bringing their A game for this last qualification match. It's all about those ranking points. Let's see who can make or break those captain spots. 57-24 reaching up, getting into position, and they get it. 57-24, Spartan Robotics for the Red Alliance. Looks like 58-04 Torch is a little bit hung up on the reef. They got their wheels spinning, but nobody's home. We got Terabytes scoring one onto the reef. 58-04 has some life back in them, pulling an algae off of the reef. 39-39 is moving around on the red side of the field, looking for their next step. 57-24 dropping a coral up top for the Red Alliance. We got a mess being made over on the blue side of the field, and that can only mean one thing, Terror Bites. They are collecting from the floor and scoring onto the reef. 58-04 reaches all the way up, drops one for the Blue Alliance. 39-39 still moving on the red side, looking for a place to go. 57-24, they've got a coral up high, and they're looking to drop it off somewhere. 58-04 and 45-61 both throwing their coral around, waving it around like they just don't care. Torch is going to focus on an algae. Let's see if they score it or if they just get it out of their way. 58-04 Torch is reaching up and scores up top for the Blue Alliance. 57-24 Spartan Robotics, they're in position trying to get a coral on, and yes, they do. The top half of the red reef is looking a little full, but blue is focused on the lower levels. All strategies are valid. Points are points. 57-24 reaching up yet again. We got points scored for the Blue Alliance, courtesy of both Torch and Terror Bites. 57-24 Spartan Robotics drop one off up top for the Red Alliance. 20 seconds left, less than that. And 45-61 is moving all the way over to the red side of the field. Looks like they might be getting in the way for a deep climb. They are extending up, and 45-61 is up and in the air. 58-04 is moving into position, and looks like they might try to climb, but the time just expires. So once again, that was our final qualification match. A close one at that. Preliminary scores put it within 11 points of one another. Who will win? How will the rankings be affected? Take a look at the scores, final qualification scores for this Blue Ridge Brawl. It's the Blue Alliance! How does this affect the rankings? 38-61 in favor of Blue. That's going to be 5 ranking points for the Blue Alliance, moving 4, 5, 6, 1 up to the 5th spot. That might be a captain position. Now, I'd like to point out that 9976 does not exist. The number 2 spot is not real. 9975, another team that does not exist, has moved down to 11th. 5724 has moved down to 13th. 3939 is around about 22nd. But it's all about strategy. Who picks who and why? Who works well together? It's not always about points. Sometimes it's about defense, because I heard a rumor that it's going to be 3v3 from here on out.
During alliance selection, each team is allowed up to 3 representatives on the playing field, including 1 adult. Only a student is allowed to pick and accept or decline an invitation. When a team is ready to make their pick, only the alliance captain will walk to the MC to announce the pick. Teams will have 45 seconds to make their first selection and 90 seconds to make subsequent selections. The time remaining for each pick is shown on the timers on the playing field. The timer starts when the MC finishes asking the team to make their selection and stops when the team makes a valid selection. The timer will continue to run for an invalid selection, such as attempting to pick a team that is not at the event or is already a member of another alliance. Teams making a good faith effort when the clock hits 0 will be allowed to finish their pick. In the event of a decline, the timer is reset. If a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are skipped. Skipped teams will be revisited in order after each pick. Skipped teams will be skipped again until after the next pick, if they are not immediately ready to make a valid selection. At the final pick of each round, if a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are automatically assigned the highest ranked unpicked team. The number 1 team can select any team at the event to join their alliance. If the selected team declines the invitation, then another team is chosen until one accepts. Declining teams may not be selected by any subsequent alliance. Suppose Alliance 2 selects the 4th ranked team, who declines, and Alliance 2 selects another team, which accepts. It's then Alliance 3's turn to select from the available pool, which does not include the 4th ranked team. This process continues through Alliance 8. Notice that a team who had declined and become unavailable has moved up to become an Alliance captain. At the end of round 1, any remaining team that has declined an invitation is not eligible to participate in the playoffs because they cannot be selected. Between selection rounds, there's a 2-minute break for alliances to confer. After the break, Alliance 8 picks their 3rd team member from the remaining teams. Then Alliance 7 picks, continuing all the way back to the number 1 alliance. Alliance selection is complete when each alliance is composed of 3 teams. The remaining top 8 teams are backups who need to confirm with the lead cure that they will play if called upon. Note that at the championship event, we had a 3rd selection round with round 2 timing to make 4-team alliances, and there are no backup teams. Good luck, teams.
right, we've had a great competition so far with plenty of exciting qualification matches. Let's hear it for all the teams competing. Soon we move on to the playoff tournament, where 8 alliances of 3 teams each will compete, 5 alliances actually, of 3 teams each will compete against each other in a double elimination format to become the champion here in Salem, Virginia. Welcome to the Alliance Selection Ceremony. We've reviewed the selection rules, so now it's time to create some alliances. Let's meet the number 1 ranked team with a record of 6 wins and 0 losses. Please welcome Team 1262. Okay. Alliance 1, when you're ready, 1 student only must approach me to announce the selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 1262, the Stags, would like to invite Team 977 Comet Bots to join our alliance.
That is 977, the Comet Bots from South Boston, Virginia.
All right, Comet Bots, would you prefer to join your alliance or create your own?
Team 977 graciously accepts.
All right, alliance. Team 997. Wait, what? Oh, Team 401. My bad. All right. When you're ready, 1 student must approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 4-1 would like to invite Team 4561 Terabytes.
That is Team 4561, the Terabytes from Research Triangle Park, NC.
All right, Terabytes, would you prefer to join or form your own alliance?
Team 4561 from Research Triangle Park, North Carolina, graciously accepts.
977's already accepted.
All right, 10257. When you're ready, 1 student only must approach me to announce the selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Okay. Team 10257 Vector Space would graciously like to invite Team 1086 Blue Cheese.
That is 1086 Blue Cheese from Glen Allen, Virginia.
All right, Blue Cheese, would you prefer to join or form your own alliance?
Team 1086 gratefully accepts.
All right, 9995, come up here. All right, when you're ready, 1 student only must approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 9995 graciously invites Team 1466 to our alliance.
Team 1466 Web Robotics from Nashville, Tennessee.
Would you prefer to join or form your own alliance?
Team 1466 Web Robotics gratefully accepts.
Congratulations. All
Here's
right, Team
This is Blue Cheese.
5724. 5724, when you're ready, one student only must approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 5724 would like to invite Team 5804.
Team Torch from Richmond, Virginia.
All right, Torch, would you prefer to join or form your own alliance?
Team 5804 gratefully accepts.
Congratulations.
Okay, got you. There you go. Just read that now. It's already started.
That concludes our first selection round. Before we begin round 2, the alliances have 2 minutes to confer. We'll begin round 2 in just 2 minutes.
They'll make you do the key words and then they'll let you kind of ramble on.
Minutes over. I read this part off, right? Five alliances.
You know, you read this off now.
Huh? Right.
You do read this off now.
Now?
So, oh wait, no, during the second round selection, yeah, you can. As far as I remember, this gets read off. Oh no, you're right. No, it does. Play music, keep a line shown on audience display. Yep, you read that.
And then go to the next page.
And then you go back to the. Remember that thing I threw on the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of need that. Thank you. Give that back to me, please.
Except it's 90 seconds instead of 45. Yeah, they get 90 in the second round.
Sorry. All right, we're about to see the strategies of these alliances play out as they look to partner with teams whose robots complements their own to create the strongest possible alliance. The 5 alliances will compete in double elimination playoff tournament, leading to a best of 2 out of 3 set of final matches. During the second round of selections, all teams have a 90-second limit to make their pick. Alliance 5, when you're ready, one student must approach me to announce the selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 5724 and 5804 would like to invite Team 9994.
Team 9994 Torch B Team from Richmond, Virginia.
All right, 9994. Would you prefer to join or create? Would you prefer to join this alliance?
Team 9994 would like to gratefully accept.
All right, Alliance 4. When you're ready, one student only must approach me to announce the selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 9995 and 1466 invite 100004 to our alliance.
That is Star City Area Robotics from Roanoke, Virginia.
All right, Star City, would you like to join or, yeah?
Team 10004 greatly accepts.
All right, Alliance 3. All right, Alliance 3. When you're ready, one student only must approach me to announce the selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock. Here they come.
Okay. Team 10257 would like to graciously invite Team 3256, the Mad Dogs.
All right, Mad Dogs. Would y'all like to join or decline?
We'd like to gratefully accept.
There you go. All right. Alliance 2, when you're ready, one student only must approach me to announce the selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 401 and Team 4561 would like to invite Team 3939, Botetourt 4H.
That is Botetourt
All right,
4H Robotics from Botetourt, Virginia.
Would you like to join or decline?
Team 3939 gratefully accepts.
All right, there you go. And for our last Alliance selection, Alliance 1, when you're ready, one student only must approach me to announce the selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 1262 and Team 997 would like to invite Team 9996 to join our alliance.
Team 9996, Copperhead C Team from Christiansburg, Virginia.
Would you like to join or decline?
Team 401C team gratefully accepts.
All right, there you have it. Well done. This looks to be like an exciting tournament. Let's have a round of applause for the teams competing here in Salem, Virginia. Teams gave it their all on this weekend. If you weren't selected for the playoffs, pick an alliance to cheer you on. Now we all need an alliance captains to stay here on the field to meet with the head referee to review playoff rules. It is now allowed to swap out of the alliance. It is now allowed to swap out the alliance captain if needed. We're going to let the alliances strategize and prepare for the playoff tournament, which will be starting at 2:55 p.m. We will be presenting many awards between the playoff rounds, and we'll have the closing award ceremonies immediately following the playoff tournament. We'll see you back here to begin the playoffs, and don't forget to bring your gracious professionalism. Thanks, everyone. Testing? Okay, cool. Oh, sorry. All right, let's announce the teams for our first finals match. And for the Red Alliance, we have 9996.
That is Copperhead Robotics, their C team from Christiansburg, Virginia.
And their alliance partners, 1262.
That is the Stags from Martinsville, Virginia.
And 977.
That is the Comet Bots from South Boston, Virginia.
And for our Blue Alliance, we have 5724.
It's your hometown team. It's Spartan Robotics from Salem, Virginia.
And their alliance partner, thank you. And their alliance partner, 9994.
That is the Torch B team from Richmond, Virginia.
And then their A team, 5804.
That is Team Torch from Richmond, Virginia.
All right, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Beginning this autonomous period, we have 2 robots on the move for red, 2 on the move for blue. Looks like the Comet Bots got one up and the Stags got one up. Over on our Blue Alliance, looks like we have an Algae out across the field and a low score. Comet Bots putting up a second Coral, giving them a lead as we enter our teleop period. And as we're off to the races, we have, looks like the Team Torch up high. See if they can get a line and get it on. Ooh, barely missing. Spartan up high. The Stags making quick work of the top level of this reef. Comet Bots going up high. Will they get it? And it looks like they do. The Stags dropping one. Blue Alliance is trying to answer some of these scores. Spartan flying across, trying to get some pieces scored. Team Torch is going to go high, and they score. Over here on our Red Alliance, Stags up high, and they get it. Comet Bots trying to inbound. We got a Blue Alliance on their way. The Torch B team is trying to play some defense here. Maybe even the playing fields, while the A team Torch is inbounding, trying to get some more Coral up here. Big defense by 9994. Over on our Blue Alliance, Spartan up high, Torch up high. They'll score both of those game pieces, it does appear. The Comet Bots are going to go for the middle level. Ooh, bouncing off barely. Looks like we've got a beached robot over here for the Stags. Let's see if they can get unstuck. Their alliance partners coming to the rescue here, while Comet Bots is getting some pretty vicious defense played on them by that Torch B team. Blue Alliance is catching up really quick here. Spartan up high. Will they get it? Well, Torch get it, and it looks like they do. Over here on this red side, big bangs and bounces going every which way. The Comet Bots look to be trying to knock some algae down, and they free it up. Over here on this side, the Stags trying to get a couple more game pieces scored as we enter our end game. It is still anybody's game here. Over on our Blue Alliance, it looks like they've almost completed the top level of their reef. Only these last couple of game pieces that are left. Will they get it with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Looking up there, it looks like we have a red lead, but it is still anybody's game.
All right, we have our official scores. 71 to 110, red winning. Blue going to the lower bracket, red going to the winner bracket. Upper bracket. All right, let's announce our teams. For the first team on the Red Alliance, 1086.
Give it up for Blue Cheese from Glen Allen, Virginia.
And one of their alliance partners, 1025-7.
That's gonna be Vector Space from Lynchburg, Virginia. Wait a second. Hold on. Pause. Seth, hold on. Seth. Yeah, this ain't right. This ain't right. You see, because if you look at the robots behind you, that ain't them.
All right. We have team 1466.
That's gonna be Web Robotics from Knoxville, Tennessee.
And we have 10-0-0-4.
Now that is gonna be Scarab from Roanoke, Virginia.
And we have 1086 A's team.
They did not pick their B team. It's Blue Cheese from Glenallen, Virginia.
And we have 10257.
They're back in black with the scissor jack. Give it up for Vector Space from Lynchburg, Virginia.
And the last of the Blue Alliance, 3258.
Looking mean in red on blue, it's the Mad Dogs.
All right, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, reef skate.
And away they go. We have 5 robots moving, 6 robots moving. So far, no corals scored on the top of the reef yet. 10,004 Scarab, they drop on it, but it falls to the floor. A little bit of scoring on the lower level of the reef, courtesy of the Blue Alliance. That's endgame, autonomous over. All 6 robots are moving yet again. 1086 looks like they're going to be the first to put up on top of the reef, and they are. 10257 Vector Space has got that scissor jack, and they are going up, up, up and away, and they score for the Blue Alliance. 3258 also focusing on algae and sending those cages shaking and rattling. We got Scarab reaching up for the Red Alliance, taking their time, making sure they got it right. We got Web Robotics in position for the high level of the reef, and they score for the Red Alliance. We got 99985. Blue Cheese B team putting on the lower level of the reef for red. 1086 is filling up the top level of the blue reef. 10257 still focusing on algae because that's what they do best, grabbing from the preloaded algae. 3258 is in charge of going over to their opponent's side of the field to get algae, but they looks like they just dropped one. Scarab is in position, drops one on top of the reef for red. 2 very different strategies for 2 wonderful alliances. All sorts of chaos. Oh no, Web Robotics dropped a coral inside their robot, but they were able to shake it off. 10257 Vector Space is getting in position. We got the Red Alliance shooting and scoring up an algae up in top. 10,004 there in position at the human player station, receiving a coral and going back to the reef. Web Robotics also reaching up. They have an algae inside of them, but that is perfectly legal according to the rules. 10257 Vector Space dropping one in for the Blue Alliance to the crowd's joy and delightment. Web Robotics getting in position. Oh, looks like Blue Cheese B team just barely missed one down on the lower level of the reef. 1086 Blue Cheese A team just dropped one off on the reef. Now people are starting to make their way over to the cages. Will we see anybody try to climb during the last 10 seconds of the match? We have Blue Cheese getting in position. We have Web Robotics getting in position. And here we go in 3, 2, 1. Doesn't look like anybody got off the ground, but that was an exciting match nonetheless. A last second skate in by Vector Space. That's up to the referees to check.
All right, we have our official scores. With the Blue Alliance taking the win, 70-57.
All right, let's get this next match underway. And for our Red Alliance, we have 45-61.
That is the Terror Bites from Research Triangle Park, North Carolina.
And their alliance partner, 401.
That is Copperhead Robotics from Christiansburg, Virginia.
And their last alliance partner, 3939.
That is Botetourt 4-H Robotics from Botetourt, Virginia.
And to start off our Blue Alliance, we have 9996.
That is the Copperhead Robotics C-Team from Blacksburg, Virginia.
And for their alliance captain, we have 1262.
It's the Stags from Martinsville, Virginia.
And their alliance partner, 977.
It's the Comet Bots from South Boston, Virginia. Looks like we have a little bit of A versus B going on here. 401 versus 401.
All right, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, reef skate.
The atmosphere is electric as we start the autonomous period in this match. Two robots trying to score high. 401 appears to be trying to score high. Their robot elite seems to be trying to correct. We got another attempted score by Blue here. Barely missing. Right now, starting off this teleop period, we have a slight Blue lead. Red Alliance is going to try and answer back. Let's see if they can do it. 401 up high. The Stags and the Comet Bots up high, both barely missing their pieces. 401 up high. 39-39 trying to go high. 401 barely missing. The Stags up high, making quick work of that top level of that reef. Let's see if this Red Alliance can catch back up. Does not appear to be going too well for them. Over here on this blue side, we have some red defense being played. Over here, we got the Stags. Looks like they're going to try and go high. Can they complete the top level of that reef? Over here, we got banging and slashing going all over the place. Copperhead up high. Stags up high, I believe. Looks like that alliance partner, the Comet Bots, puts one in the middle. The Stags going for another up high. Comet Bots switching the strat, going for the far side here. See if they can get a couple more pieces on their reef. Over here on the Red Alliance, they're working to try and catch back up. We'll see if they can do it. The Stags picking another game piece up. Only 2 pieces left to complete their reef. 401 slamming into that driver's station. Comet Bots up high. Ooh, barely missing there. 401 up high. They only have that's a few more pieces for them. Over here on this Blue Alliance side, we have 3 coral left, but the Stags are going to go and throw some down in on the low level. 9996, which is the Copperhead B team, is going to put some coral in down low. See if they can keep filling up that lower level as we enter this end game. The Blue Alliance is leading. Let's see if the Red can catch back up as we enter the last 10 seconds. 4-1 up high. 39-39 going into the low level. The Stags putting one down low. 2-1. We have one Red Robot climb. One Blue Robot parked.
All right, we have our official scores. And Blue takes the win, 107-48. All right, let's announce our teams for the next match. We have our host, 5724.
Spartan Robotics.
And one of their alliance members, 9994.
That's the Torch Robotics B team looking to bring their A game.
And then the A team, 5804.
That's Team Torch proper. We got a little big brother, big sister situation going on.
And to start off the Blue Alliance, we have 1086.
Blue cheese on the Blue Alliance wearing their cheese heads.
And one of their alliance partners, 10257.
Let's give it up for Vector Space.
And our last Blue Alliance member, 3258.
Who let the dogs out? It's the Mad Dogs.
All right, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, reef skate.
And away they go. We got 4 robots moving so far, 3 on the red. Oh, 5724 comes alive. That's your host team, dropping one down low for the red robotics. 5804 has put the only coral up top so far. We will see how that changes in 1 second. And away they go. 1086 is reaching up, looking to put one up top, but it falls down. 5804 has an algae in their grasp. 3258 is in enemy territory. What could they be doing? I wonder. 10257 Vector Space is reaching up with their Scissor Jack, drops an algae up top for 4 points. 5804, they're going after algae too. 3258 Mad Dogs, they're in enemy territory, also going after algae. This is a very algae-centric game. 1086 Blue Cheese is focused on the coral for the Blue Alliance, trying to fill up that top level. Corresponding to them is 5724, trying to go coral for coral. Oh my goodness! We have a robot tipped over. That's Torch's B team. You can see the bottom of their robot. They're using a swerve drive. It looks really good, but this is a part of the robot you're never supposed to see. We got teams moving around. All 3 teams have returned to the Blue Alliance side, going after algae. 5804 has decided to go over to the Red Alliance side and try to disrupt Red a little bit, leaving 5724 all on their own on the red side to score because their Torch B team is still topsy-turvy. 1086 is reaching up yet again, trying to get into position. Oh, but they just fall short, and it tumbles down onto the ground. This could be anybody's match. It's 37-37 with 47 seconds left in the match. Who's going to get the next points? 5804 drops some on top. 10257 drops it up top. Algae versus coral. Who's going to take this one? 1086 reaches up on the blue side, getting into position. 5804 getting ready. 5724 getting ready. Spartan Robotics drop it. Torch Robotics drops it. 10257 is reaching up. This is a great match so far. 1086 drops one. These are such close scores, folks. You can't tell who's going to win with 13 seconds left. Vector Space is getting into position under their deep cage. 5804 is trying to hang, but doesn't look like they quite connected. Maybe they can retry in 3, 2, 1. Up they go. 5804 looks like they might be swinging. 3 blue robots parked. What a close match this was. An exciting one for sure. Torch Robotics B team, their flame was unfortunately extinguished. Once they tipped over, they could not come back.
All right, we have our official scores. 73-66, the Blue Alliance takes the win. All right, let's announce our teams for the next match. On the Red Alliance, we have 10004
That is Star City Area Robotics from Roanoke, Virginia.
And for our second team, we have 1466.
That is Web Robotics from Knoxville, Tennessee.
And our last Red Alliance partner, we have 9995.
That is the Blue Cheese B Team.
And for our Blue Alliance, we have 4561.
That is the Terabytes from Research, Triangle Park, North Carolina.
And we have team 401.
That is Copperhead Robotics from Christiansburg, Virginia.
Along with team 3939.
That is Botetourt 4-H Robotics from Botetourt, Virginia. Oh.
All right, got the thumbs up. All right, drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, reefscape.
To begin this separated period, we have 5 robots on the move. 401 barely missing a game piece. We've lost a bumper on our blue alliance. Over here on the red, we've had 2 move. I don't think we've had any game pieces scored for red. Blue going for that second piece. Barely missing it. Will 401 get that second one? And they do, starting out this teleop period. Over here on our red alliance, all 3 robots are on the move. Blue trying to keep a lead. 401 scores one up high. 39-39 is going to try and score one up high, it appears. 401 zooming back across, trying to put another one up. Will they get it? Ooh, and they just shoot it out, bouncing it off of their alliance partner. Over here on our blue alliance, they're going to try and put another one up high. Over on red, they're going to try and catch back up with Scarab going down low or going up high. Right now, we still have a slight blue alliance lead. 401's trying to keep it. This red alliance is trying to fight their way back. Scarab is going to try and go up high. Will they get it? And they do. Over on the far side, we got that blue cheese B team trying to inbound. Over here on our blue alliance, 401's going to go up high. Over on our red alliance, 1466 going to start trying to pick off some algae. Over on our blue alliance, 401 going up high. On red, we've got 3 robots rushing around the field, and an unfortunate miss by Scarab. Over on our blue alliance, 401 is trying to keep putting some of these pieces up high and maintain that lead. Red alliance is slowly fighting their way back. Will they keep that lead as we enter endgame? It is anybody's game. 1466 moving around, trying to get in position here. 401, it looks like they're going to try and score. Will they get it on with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is a very tight match. It could come down to these last few pieces that got scored. It is anybody's game.
All right, we have our official scores. And the Blue Alliance takes the lead, 62-54.
right, let's announce our teams for the next match. First on the Red Alliance, we have 1086.
Put them on your salad. It's blue cheese.
And for the other Alliance partner, we have 1025-7.
Put them in a mathematical equation. It's vector space.
And for our last Red Alliance partner, we have 3258.
Take them on a walk. It's Mad Dogs.
And to start off our Blue Alliance, we have 9996.
It's the 401C team, one of 2 401 teams remaining.
And with their Alliance captain, 1262.
They've got antlers, they've got hard hats, they've got jumpsuits. It's the Stags.
And their last Alliance partner, 977.
Streaking across the sky, give it up for Comet Bot.
I have an announcement. Some of the schedules that were given to teams was missing at match 7. The correct schedule will now be displayed on screen in a few seconds. Make sure you look at that. Thank you. Testing, testing. All right, we're good. All right, drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, reef skate.
And another exciting match is on the way. We have 6 robots moving, 3 red robots kissing that reef. 1262 Stags and 977 putting some up on top of the reef for mucho points. And 977 making one more trip. Vector Space dropped one off covertly and discreetly. Now, Vector Space has a very unique strategy that they only do one coral in autonomous. The rest of the time, they are all about algae. Mad Dogs is over in enemy territory getting mad dogged on, and they are looking for opponent's algae. 1262 Stags, they are up and in their reef era. 10257 Vector Space drops one algae off up top for the Red Alliance. 3258 Mad Dogs delivering an algae to their own processor. That gives the opponent human player a chance to score it. 1086 is focusing on the top level of that reef, while Vector Space tries to clear off the reef to make it easier. Over on the blue side, 977 is grabbing an algae and moving it out of the way. So is 1262. 9996, the 401C team, is getting some coral off on the lower level. 3258 seems to be having trouble with that algae. They're going to put it away for now. 1086 is all about that reef. Vector Space is all about the algae. 401C team just missed. We got a couple of scores over on the blue side of the field. All 3 robots dropping the coral, and it fell down to the lowest level. 1262 Stags drop one up top for the Blue Alliance. 401C team drops one down low. 977 getting in position. Vector Space grabs an algae for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance delivered an algae through the processor, gives it to the blue human player. Blue human player sank their shot. Vector Space delivers another one. Oh, they got a little stuck onto the net, but they recovered. They are A-OK. 1262 Stags drops one onto the reef. This is a high-scoring, high-octane, high-intensity match with very different strategies focused on algae and coral. 3258 Mad Dogs, they have a piece of algae, and they're giving it to the processor to give to the blue human player. Vector Space backing away from the net. We got 10 seconds left. Blue Cheese is looking like they might want to try to hang with 5 seconds left. Will they get up off the ground? How much more scoring can be done in 2, 1, and time? All 6 robots seem firmly planted on the ground, but an exciting match nonetheless. A score reaching well into the hundreds.
All right, we have our official score. 137 to 102. Blue taking the win. All right, and on that schedule thing, the match I'm about to read out will be the match after the current one that we are setting up for. It will consist of 10-25-7, 10-86, 32-58 on Red Alliance, and for our Blue Alliance, it will consist of, actually my apologies, that was incorrect. Is it 7? Okay. All right, sorry about that. Let me redo that. For Red Alliance, it will be 57-24, 58-04, 99-94. And for the Blue Alliance, 99-95, 14-66, and 10-0-0-4. All right, let's announce the teams for the next match. We have our host, 5724.
That is Spartan Robotics from Salem, Virginia.
And we have their alliance partner, 9994.
That is Torch Robotics. It is their B team from Richmond, Virginia.
And then we have their A team, 5804.
That is Torch from Richmond, Virginia.
And then to start off our Blue Alliance, excuse me. And for our Blue Alliance, we have 9995.
That is the Blue Cheese B team from Richmond, from Glen Allen, Virginia.
And then we have 1466.
That is Web Robotics from Nashville, Tennessee.
And then the last Blue Alliance team, 10004.
That is Scarab, Star City Area Robotics from Roanoke, Virginia.
All right, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Starting off this autonomous period, we have 5 robots on the move, 5804. We have 5804 going for a second one. Over on our Blue Alliance side, it doesn't look like we have any game pieces. We have 1 game piece scored during autonomous. Let's see if they can get. Let's see if we can get some more game pieces scored. Over here on our Red Alliance, we had some clicking and going here. 5804, let's see if they can get out of trouble. Over on our Blue Alliance side, Team 1466 is inbounding. We have, I believe, the Blue Cheese B team scoring down low, while 1466 appears to be going high, along with Scarab going high. Over on our Red Alliance side, we have game pieces everywhere. Looks like we got Spartan Robotics inbounding at the Coral Station, while 5804 Torch and the other Torch try to inbound to get some more game pieces to score. Spartan up high, looks like they get it in. Looks like they're trying to slowly take this lead. Over on the Blue Alliance side, we have a bit of a jam going on, while Blue Cheese is trying to score down low, and 1466 Web is going up high, as well as Scarab. Will they get their pieces on? Torch up high, Spartan up high, they both score. Over on our Blue Alliance side, we have a ton of movement. Let's see if they can get some more game pieces on the board. Spartan Robotics up high. Let's see if they can score. And they get it on. 5804 is going to try and score down low, it appears. Will they get it on? 5804 looks like they're getting caught up. 1466 up high. Will they get that game piece on? Spartan puts one up high. As we get into this final 10 seconds here, looks like we got some attempts to climb. Couple of robots parked. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we have our official scores. With the Red Alliance taking the win, 63 to 84.
Yep. Attention teams, if you, oh, here we go, we have it found.
All right, let's announce the Red Alliance For starters, we have 1086.
That's Blue Cheese A team.
And then we have 1025-7.
That's Vector Space.
And then we have 3258.
Mad Dogs.
And to start off our Blue Alliance, we have 4561.
Let's hear it for the Terror Bites.
And then we have 401.
Copperhead Robotics A team.
And to end off, we have 3939.
Botter Tot 4H.
All right, I think we are going to have a lot of algae scored in this match. If I were a betting man, which I ain't, I would bet that we're probably going to get 30 points at least scored in algae. Algae alone.
All right, let's get this match underway in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
And away they go. We got 5 robots moving. We got some scoring courtesy of 4561. 10257 has dropped their only piece of coral for the entire match. The rest, I bet, is going to be focused on algae. 401 is looking like a statue and does not quite deliver. They get an algae dislodged on the way up. Totally purposeful, 100% planned. 4561 terabytes just dropped off one of their pieces. Mad Dogs causing chaos on the blue side, trying to disrupt the algae. 1086 has the strategy. They are going after the high level of the reef, trying to get the coral. 10257 vector space, it's all about the algae. 3939 is up and moving, and they are moving towards that reef. They have a coral. Can they score it? 401 reaches up, trying to get in place. Oh, they just missed it. 3939 dropped a coral. 401 just barely missed it. 4561, that's the terabytes. They got one off the floor and are looking to score. 3939 returning back to their blue side of the field. A slightly missed shot over on the blue side, trying to get the algae in, but that's okay. 10257 vector space puts algae up in the red side of the net. 3258 has given up algae through the processor. Human player shoots and scores for the Blue Alliance. 10257 reaching up again, that's vector space. Terabytes, they've got an algae or coral in their clutches. They score. 401 scores. A nice little double team over courtesy of the Blue Alliance. 3939's playing defense on the red side of the field, trying to disrupt 1086 as they go back and forth between the player station and the reef. 1086 drops one off up top and goes to the other player station, trying to avoid the defense of 3939. 10-2-5-7, they're looking for their next algae to score. 4-1, they have a coral, or no, they don't actually. They're going after an algae, bumping that off. Oh, looks like Terabytes just missed the coral that they had in their clutches. Time is wearing thin. Who's going to score next? 1086 drops one up top. 10-2-5-7 look a little stagnant over on their side. They've completed their end of the bargain. 4-1 just misses an algae. A lot of blue robots moving around, kind of on the red side of the field. Teams taking their positions under the cages in 3, 2, 1. All robots on the ground. Another exciting finals match. 32-58 lost a bumper somewhere during that.
All right, we have our official scores. With red taking the win, 57-107. All right, let's announce our teams for the second to last match. Team 9996.
That is the Copperhead Robotics C team from Christiansburg, Virginia.
And their alliance captain, 1262.
That is the Stags from Martinsville, Virginia. I believe they are undefeated today.
I think that is correct. And we have 977.
It's the Comet Bots from South Boston, Virginia.
And to start off with our blue alliance, we have 9995.
That is Blue Cheese from Richmond, Virginia.
And then we have 1466.
That is Web Robotics from Knoxville, Virginia.
And for our last Blue Alliance partner, we have 10004.
That is Scarab Robotics from Roanoke, Virginia.
All right, let's let the match commence. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
We have all 6 robots on the move to begin this autonomous period. Stags put one up, Comet Bots put one up. They're both going for seconds. Will they get them on here? The Comet Bots do. The Blue Alliance, they're going to try and play catch-up as we start off this teleop period. Red Alliance up high. The Stags are trying to catch up. I think they've got going up high. On our Blue Alliance, Blue Cheese down low. Scarab up high. Over on our Red, Stags up high. Comet Bots inbounding. And then they're going to go up high. Only a few more left on the top level of their reef. Over here on our Blue Alliance, we've got some robots scoring down low. We got some of this cooperation going on, it does appear, scoring some of this algae into the processor. Let's see, will they make it up on in? And they do get it into the barge. The Comet Bots are going to try and knock some more of this algae down so they can get some more places for coral. Stags making their move around the field, putting some coral down, barely missing in their middle level. Over on our Blue Line side, 1466 up high. Got 1262 going into the middle level, and they score. Comet Bots coming in right beside them, going into the middle level. Scarab knocking out an algae, and then they're going to try and score, I believe, up high. Topsy-turvy, 1466 up high. Will they get it? Ooh, barely missing. Over here on our Red Alliance, making quick work of this hab, pulling off more algae to make more spots to score. Stags down low, barely missing. 9996 is going to try and score down low. As we go towards our end game here, we have a red lead. Blue's going to try and keep catching back up. We'll see if they can do it. Barely on over there for the Red Alliance. Stags down low. 401 down low. And then they're going to park. Comet Bots parked. Stags parked. Blue Cheese parked. Scarab parked. And I believe 1466 made it in. All of these robots, man.
All right, we have the official scores. 71 to 129 with Red taking the win. All right, y'all. Let's announce the teams for our last match. To start off with the Red Alliance, we have 45-61.
Coming up from the south, it's the Terror Bites.
And for our second alliance partner, alliance partner, 401.
Patrick and I are alumni of this team. It's Copperhead Robotics, based out of Christiansburg High School.
And for our last Red Alliance team, we have 39-39.
This team may be hard to pronounce for other announcers, but not me. It's Botatot, 4H Robotics.
And to start off with the Blue Alliance, we have our amazing hosts, 57-24.
The host with the most looking to boast, it's the Spartan Robotics.
And then we have 9994.
That's going to be the Torch Robotics B team.
And then we have their A team, 5804.
That's right. It's the Torch Robotics A team working together. I think this is the only alliance where the A team and the B team are teamed up like this. We got this one last match. This is where we will see these 6 robots face off, try to prove themselves one last time.
Alrighty, everybody. This is our final match right here. This will be it. The highest scoring team from all of the matches in the round robin will be our victor. After this, we will do a short closing ceremony, and then we will be done.
We'll be done? That's awesome. Boy, I wonder if there's any field takedown that needs to happen.
You would be right, Ethan. There is field takedown that does need to happen after this, because this field does need to go all the way out to be able to be played on at Rumble in the Roads.
That sounds exciting, Patrick.
All right, let's get on with our last match. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
For the final time, we got 3 robots moving. 401 drops 1. It does not score where they wanted to, but it scores nonetheless. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, we have 1 coral up top. And looks like, oh, not quite 2 coral up top, but it does move down low. And away they go. 401 has a coral stuck in their robot. This could spell trouble. Bottom top 4H is alive and moving, which is always good to see. 5724, they might be the first to put a coral on the reef and tally out for the Blue Alliance, and they are. Go 5724, go. Over on the blue side of the field, 3939 is reaching up and looking to score. 4561 is reaching towards the middle and scoring. It's all reef all the time on the Blue-Red Alliance. 5804 has an algae for the Blue Alliance looking to score, and they do. Up top, 4 points. Thank you. 5724 has yet another coral, and they're looking to score it up top. Because where else would you go? Shoot for the moon, and if you miss, you'll land among the bottom shelf. 5804, oh, just gets caught up on that algae, and it falls down. 401 reaching up to the high level. 3939 looking for their next move. 4561 with that slick floor collection is in position and scores for the Red Alliance. 5804 has another algae in their clutches, is reaching up. Torch Robotics B team is focusing on the lower levels of that reef. Oh no, 5804 has a little caught up on one of the algae. Can they save themselves or do they need help? Here comes the B team to the rescue. They're helping their big brother out and they're free. Good teamwork on the Blue Alliance, courtesy of both Torch Robotics robots. 4561 making their move, trying to collect their next piece of coral. 3939 is on the move to the blue side of the field, looking to play a little bit of defense as time grows thin. 5804 focusing more on the algae. 23 seconds left. Can we fill up these reefs anymore? 401 says yes, but they drop it and it falls down to the lower level. 5724 is reaching up. Can they score this last one before time runs out in 8 seconds? 5804 is stuck on a coral, and they're popping a wheelie in 3, 2, 1. 5804 makes the last second park.
And we have our final match score. With it being 82-61, Blue taking the win. Amazing match for both teams.
Hey, volunteers, if you're in the, so audience members, this ain't for you. Volunteers, after this award ceremony, if we could take a real quick picture, let's meet on the field. Volunteers will take a picture to celebrate the Blue Ridge Brawl. That's going to be the Stags from Martinsville, Virginia. That's going to be the Comet Bots from South Boston, Virginia. That's going to be the Copperhead Robotics C team.
Down and accept your banners. Thank you all.
Good job, Bob. Did you turn it off?